Welcome to the Krueg Show, everybody. Larry Krueger, Dan Coccimiglio, the great Ryan Smith in the house. Cyrus Saatsaz will join us as well. Could we have a Kylan Mills appearance? We're not sure. She's out in Boston. But what a Friday night for Bay Area sports fans, and we are all over it. Welcome to the Krueg Show. I am Larry Krueger. All right, let's get right to it. We got a game going on right now. Giants leading the Dodgers at Oracle Park behind Jacob Junis. 6-2 Giants. Jock Peterson and Darren Ruff have just come through. Giants and Dodgers now hitting in the top half of the sixth inning, and it looks like Junis is had some kind of an injury here, and he's limping off, which is not good news for the Giants. But more importantly, this has also been a huge night for the Golden State Warriors, who needed a win, staring at a 3-1 deficit if they didn't get the win, and they go to Boston and they get the win. 107-97, huge night for Stephen Curry, huge night for Andrew Wiggins, disastrous performance from Draymond Green, but the Warriors find a way to even this series. And guys, we said it was going to be 2-2 going to game 5. And guess what? It is 2-2 going to game 5. And thank you, Todd K, who donates $4.99 to get the show rolling. Hopefully we'll get a number of donations tonight. Love you guys. Todd, we love you as well. And we should tell people that not only tonight are we going to talk Giants and Dodgers, not only tonight are we going to talk Warriors and Celtics and the horrendous officiating and the obnoxious fans in Boston. But tonight also, you can be a member of the Krueg Show, and we have our first 2 members. You can actually be a member if you want to be a member. Clarence Speaks and XL Suffering Bastard are the 2 first members of the Krueg Show channel. So they're members of our channel, and it's really easy. All you got to do is click join, and you can be a member of the Krueg Show channel, and it gives you special privileges. You'll get special, special stuff that other people don't get. The behind-the-scenes look at the Krueg Show. But guys, what'd you think before we get into the chat and really get people's thoughts? 10-point win for Golden State. It was a gut check. They were getting no calls. Bielitsa didn't get an obvious call. Steph had 2 4-point plays. Neither call went his way. I know Cy is going to be complaining about the calls, and normally I push back on that crap, but tonight I'm going with it. I thought Golden State got robbed. I felt like they didn't just beat the Celtics tonight. I felt like they beat the Celtics and the officials tonight. And this might be one of the most enjoyable Warrior wins I have ever experienced in my entire life. I thought it was phenomenal. And I'll shut up for a second and let you guys talk.
Absolutely. It was wonderful. And I am so fired up. I've got to give you a live Monster Slam. I just here it goes. I was so pumped.
I want the live version of the Monster Slam.
Wiggins goes in. Wait. Let me start over.
Take two.
Curry kicks it out to Wiggins. Wiggins goes in. Monster Slam!
Let's go, Danny. Look at Danny.
Danny, tonight,
look at Danny's shirt. Yeah,
I'm not relaxed.
You got to stand up. Relax.
Stop. No
Relax.
way.
Yes.
Relax, Warrior fans. Relax, Giants fans. It's
Ryan, what'd you think
tonight?
Oh, it was
the Bay Area rolls.
Danny's fired up. Ryan, what'd you think?
I mean, all I can say is that I've got chills running down my spine because that was an answer. I thought we were going to get some like shady officiating, like they were going to maybe hand it to the Dubs, like some kind of BS. Like, I mean, in the history of the Warriors, I mean, Kevin Durant was great. Kevin Durant was really, really great. We've never seen a performance, a one-man show like that. That was unreal. Curry just reached in and took Boston's heart. And Draymond Green and Klay Thompson, I took furious notes. I have 6 pages of notes. There's no way I get
Do you really?
I do. And you know what? Immediately off the bat, I was just like, okay, you know what, Draymond? No shade to Draymond. I know Sai's going to push back on this, but like, dude, you are unplayable this series. It doesn't necessarily have as much to do with your greatness. It's just, this is the matchup. This is the matchup. You can't, it just is not the matchup for Draymond Green. It's questionably, I mean, even Klay out there for a few minutes, I was like, I don't know. I mean, he had some big shots, but
he hit that one up at the top of the key, right when he grabbed it with no dribble, just boom, and
yeah,
I think it tied it up.
I'll give this to Klay. Every time I was like, I don't know if Klay should be in there, he hit a shot. Like, oh my God, Steph Curry, unbelievable. That, I mean, you know what? I'm seeing people on Twitter almost like kind of diminishing. This is crazy to say, but like they're almost diminishing Steph Curry's greatness by just being like, that's the best game Steph Curry's ever played. Like
this
that,
is LeBron James 2015-16 against the Warriors.
Not even. That's my thing. Not even. Because Steph Curry, I don't know his final stats like after this game included, but like the guy's shooting 48%. Coming into this game, he was shooting 48, like 88 or something like that. They just punked Boston. Punked them. And every time they made a run, there was some bullshit. And I think there's going to be a lot of swearing on this cast, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry, kids. I'm sorry, Klay Thompson.
This is not the radio. Don't worry about it. This is not the radio.
But, like, okay, the amount of bullshit calls that Derek White absorbed.
Jeez.
Derek White got so many fucking calls to the rim. Slash. Could you believe that offensive foul they called on Curry?
No, my God, that was terrible.
Unbelievable.
How about
Being grabbed as he was driving.
When you're an MVP kind of player like Curry, you're a superstar player. It's the NBA Finals. You shoot a 3 and somebody hits your fingers with their hand. That's got to be a foul every single freaking time. And he got 2 of those and got neither call. I'll tell you, that was frustrating. The other thing that was incredibly frustrating, and I don't know if you guys felt like there was inconsistency here, but there was an offensive foul that went against Golden State in the first half where I forget who it was, but they said,
sure, I have it in my notes.
No, it was the one where they said, the Warrior player went into the body of the Celtic player and on the drive. And it was true. He went into the body, but the inconsistency, Boston got that call both ways. They got the non-call when it was them on defense. They got the call when it was them on offense. I mean, that was very inconsistent. The Warriors had 2 offensive fouls against them where the Warrior player drove in, made contact, and they called the offensive foul. And Jaylen Brown did that exact same thing in the first half, and the announcers applauded it. And the Warriors got no offensive foul call, and Steve Kerr lost it. And then how about the horrendous walking call where there's 4 steps.
Teed up. Yeah, on
4 steps, and Kerr got teed up because he was irate. He had it. The inconsistency. So I hated the way this game was officiated. I thought it was really subpar. And what more can you say? I mean, shout out Steph Curry. Shout out Golden State. They were
shout
even
out
at
Andrew Wiggins.
I was going to say Wiggins was huge. And you know what the biggest disparity in this game? It was Golden State plus 13 on the glass, and Danny just said it there. It was Andrew Wiggins who had 17 points, 16 rebounds. 16 rebounds for Wiggs.
Wiggins was terrific tonight. I'll tell you what, we are not trading.
I told you the other night. What did I say the other night when you said Wiggins or Poole? I said get rid of Green, and I'm going to stand on that because
All right, let's not just get on the party, Dan. All right, come on, man. All right, Draymond was. This isn't. This just.
Yeah, he was bad, but he was bad, guys. But he was not, as Michael Wilbon put it, he was shook. No, he was not shook. He was not shook by the crowd. Okay, this is the most annoying part of ESPN and them being right there in the Northeast is that when their teams wind up in the biggest games, they have no professionalism and no objectivity. Draymond Green was not shook by the crowd. Draymond Green played like shit. All right, he played like shit, but he was not shook by the crowd.
3 out of 4
and to
games,
suggest
man.
he was,
Like,
but don't say he was shook.
No, he wasn't.
That tries to make it seem like, oh, this guy who's got all these rings and he's played all these years in the NBA, but he's never faced a postseason crowd like what he's facing in Boston. It's all this pat ourselves on the back. Look at us. Look how tough we are. Look how incredibly intimidating our crowd is. He was not shook. He was bad, but he wasn't shook. And to me, I just want to push back on that because it's this Northeast, you know what, until you've done it here, you haven't done jack. And you know what? It's tired and it's played out and it ain't true. So Golden State went to Boston, they took home court, and now let's see what it is. It's a best of 3 and let's see what they got.
Great. And I think Green is going to be a key. I think he'll come back in Game 5 and play his best game.
If he does, that's fine. But look, okay, when Robert Williams and Al Horford are on the floor, Draymond cannot be out there. I'm sorry, but Draymond can't. It's just you can't have the run started when Draymond Green went out in the first quarter, and it was some ticky-tack fouls on him, but it's just the truth. When all of a sudden I saw I saw Steph Curry, Peyton, Wiggins, Porter, Looney out there, it was like, okay, this is a lineup I can rock with. They have to guard everyone. Peyton, okay, questionably you don't have to guard him, but still on the corners, you have to guard him somewhat. And at least he's getting up into guys full court. Draymond, I'm sorry, but Draymond is scared. It's messed up to say.
Well, he can't finish. You're right. Your first point was totally right. Is that he can't finish in the size. I mean, Williams is bigger. These guys can affect his shot. He's not an offensive player in any kind of shooting capacity at this point. He's a dunker, driver, layup guy. Otherwise, he's a distributor and a shot blocker and a defender. So anything where Draymond is shooting the basketball, that's not his game. I mean, that's just not his game at this point. And then normally he can finish in the lane, but now Boston has such great size and athleticism and lift with their bigs that it's bothering him. And he was 1 of 7. He took 2 threes, but still, look at his stat line: 2 points. He still had 9 rebounds and 8 assists, and he played well I thought he played well in the fourth quarter in his stint there. So, I mean, he's been disappointing, and Porter's not healthy, but man, 17 and 16 from Wiggins, 43 and 10 for Curry. And I just don't want to hear anything more about how Curry, anybody diminishing Curry in any way. Curry's an all-time great. Thompson, let's talk about Thompson for a second. He had some great moments. I think I figured it out with Klay Thompson, guys. Here's what I figured out. He needs to set his feet on the threes for a tick more. Just every time he's shooting the 3 ball, set your feet just a half second more. Give yourself, I mean, you're a 6'7" player. You're not going to get that shot blocked by most defenders. Take a half second more. The other thing I think they discovered in this game is that one of the best ways for Golden State to neutralize Boston's runs in the fourth quarter is get Klay Thompson loose on some 2s. Klay Thompson with a good look in the mid-range is about as automatic as Steph. He's hit and miss from 3 when he can't set his feet, but in the mid-range, if he can square the shoulders, that's a high percentage shot every time. I want to see Klay Thompson in these last 2 games. I want to see Klay Thompson I want to see him set those feet on the 3, but I want him to hunt shots in the 2-point range in the fourth quarter, high percentage looks. I think that's going to be a huge advantage for Golden State if they can get Clay to shoot those shots.
He was 4 of 10 tonight from 3, and every one he made was obviously important, but none more important than the ones in the fourth quarter when they were down, and then I think he hit a 3 to tie it. And I just think that this is championship DNA that was on display there all night long, but especially in the fourth quarter. You saw the big three kind of take over. I mean, Draymond was getting rebounds. He was boxing out. He was playing tough defense that last 5-6 minutes when it was, touch and go there for a little while. Then they took the lead, and Clay was playing really good defense when he had to. And he got that one turnover on Brown right by the bench. That was crucial because the Warriors, I think, were up 6 at the time. Was it like 103-97, something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
And he made Brown. He chased Brown all the way around from one corner to the other, and then they gave Brown the ball, and Clay was suffocating him, and it caused Brown to lose control. I thought those guys picked it up. It reminded me of last night. I was watching Tampa Bay and the Rangers in hockey, and in that series, the Rangers were up 2-0 on the two-time NHL defending champion Lightning, and Lightning came back and won Game 5 in New York. And
I saw the Ranger fan drop the Lightning guy in the tunnel on the way back. Yeah. It's like,
I missed
my God, dude, what kind of thuggery is that? I mean, you're you're gonna sell it's a freaking hockey game, and you're not on the team. I mean, my God, how embarrassing was that for the Rangers? You got your ass kicked. All right,
you said it was
just
a fan?
wear it. Yeah, a fan dropped another fan. Oh, you didn't see the video?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Maybe Ryan can pull that one off YouTube and drop that in there at some point.
My point in this was that they interviewed one of the veteran players on the Lightning, and they asked him, how was it when you guys were down 2-0? Now you come back and won 3 straight. He said, we never panic. This is a championship team. We know we've been through this, and we've got the experience, and the experience is paying off. And I think that's how the Warriors are. Everybody in the national media, it's all Boston, Boston, Boston. And the Warriors, maybe Boston has some edge when it comes to talent and youth, but you can't deny or discredit championship experience.
The Warriors have the pedigree for sure. Vicky Pellich donates $4.99 and says high fives to the Warriors and the Krueg show. Thank you, Vicky. Darren Marchant says Krueg called it. Well, I didn't quite call it. I said it would be 2-2, but I didn't. I screwed up games 3 and 4. Clarence Beeks, who is now a member of the Krueg show, says get your asses in here, and I think he's talking about me, you, and Danny. Right? I mean, I think he was. They're tired of us now. Clarence is like, hey, man, I own this show. You work for me. You work for me. Get to freaking work. What do you guys sleep, taking a siesta after the game? Danny drink. Is that water or is that straight vodka?
It's water.
Water. Okay. Well, you never know. Never know with you, Danny. What did you guys think of? Let's start right in the first quarter. Kerr went and sat Kevon Looney for Otto Porter. What did you guys think at the time, and what did you think after you saw it play out?
I liked the move to start, and I liked the fact that it wasn't working, and he only went a little over 4 minutes, and he pulled him and got Looney back in there, and they closed the quarter out basically even. I mean, they were down 1, but it was a good experiment to see how it went. I think he was trying to get the offense going and see if he can get out to an early lead. And it kind of was backfiring. Boston started out ahead 11-4, and it was like, okay, time to get Looney in there. And Looney kind of settled things down with his screens. And, I love that screen on Jaylen Brown, by the way. When
you say, okay, Jaylen Brown, and I feel like, I get it. They're younger. They're more athletic. They're playing hard. Jaylen Brown got his ass handed to him on a loony screen.
Yeah, that screen was awesome.
Could not be a more legal screen. And you know what? Looney does have some he has some questionable screens. That was a legitimate screen. Put Brown's ass on the ground. And then the same thing that was called a foul. And the same thing happened with Peyton, and then they didn't call it because they probably saw on like the in-game monitor, like, okay, we're not falling for that shit anymore.
The 2 fouls, guys, on Looney early were so wrong, so bad, so ticky-tack. I thought Golden State was in a big, in a difficult way early. When Green got the 2 fouls called in the first and Looney got the 2 fouls called in the first, and I thought, oh, here we go. It's just going to be a bad officiating night. But Curry hit 2 huge threes to give the Warriors an early 23-18 lead, and Boston then had a late flurry at the end of the first quarter, and it was Boston up 1 at the end of the first quarter, 28-27. So very entertaining first quarter. James Foster said, can everyone stop complaining about the refs? Tatum ain't getting calls either. Y'all act. I didn't think a y'all would be in there, but y'all act like she not watch 6.
I think he's saying like you haven't watched 6 of the last 8 finals.
Hey, let me come in here with Tatum real quick, because I was going to make this comment. In the fourth quarter, he got a rebound, and then he went back up and scored, and then he was like throwing his arms up like, what? I got clobbered.
No.
He didn't get touched.
Situation you're talking about, and it was right after Curry hit that 3 where Tatum fouled the shit out of him. It was the one where neither Mark Jackson nor Van Gundy could deny, and actually it was like the one time you heard Van Gundy possibly have an orgasm about how good Steph Curry is. You don't hear that often. And he obviously fouled him, and Curry was irate. Curry was irate. And then the immediate possession down the floor, Tatum drives in, does his kind of James Harden half Euro step thing, and then he's screaming as an overcompensation because he just got punked.
That's not the one I'm even talking about, though.
And he didn't get. There was nothing.
Yeah, there was another one in the fourth quarter where he just kind of grabbed a rebound, went up and scored, and he was crying for another foul. They showed the replay. They weren't even this close to him. It was unbelievable. He's yelling, and I thought, oh man, maybe we got away with one. And they showed the replay, and it was no one touched him. It's just
there was one. Okay, so we get to halftime. It's 54-49 Celtics, right? They're up 5 at half. And then you looked at the halftime box, and man, it looked remarkably even, except in a couple areas. The 3-point line, Golden State in the first half, 7 of 24. They shot 29%. And Boston shot 57% on threes. They made 8 of 14. So they had a huge advantage there. Golden State, though, battled them even on the glass. It was 25-25. And the points in the paint were Warriors +2. But Kerr made the point to Lisa Salters at halftime, and it was a strong point, and that was that Golden State wasn't moving the basketball at all in the first half. If you look at them, they only had 7 assists. So 7 assists in the first half for Golden State. But then when you look at the game, for the game, they wound up with 20. So they had 13 assists in the second half. Much better passing for Golden State in that second half. They shared the ball. They got more people involved. I thought that was kind of a quiet key to this thing. Golden State is about ball movement, body movement, sharing the basketball. If they get away from that, they can have an impressive 5 or 6 minutes, but eventually they're going to pay. And to me, they got back to passing the basketball in the second half. I thought it was a major key. What do you guys think?
Yeah, Larry. They, like you said, they had 20 assists tonight, and the Warriors always seem that target when they hit 30. They're unbelievable, almost practically unbeatable. I know they're having a tough time because of Boston's defense and length, but man, if they play a little better, turn it over a little less, and get 25 assists, it's going to be tough for them not to win this if they can get that passing game going. I did like the fact that they were able to go down low tonight. They weren't as intimidated as they were last game. Looney got some good shots down low.
Aside from Draymond Green, they were not.
They were not. They were, Green, he was like, he took that one shot that was like 5-footer and he barely hit the rim from the side because he was just like, I was like, oh, come on, Draymond, just go up there with force. But he's just, he gets intimidated or something with Williams and he just throws it up. And, but I love the fact that they did take it to the rim. I thought Jordan Poole was, fairly effective for his minutes.
I loved Jordan Poole's minutes. And despite him, he botched
it. So that one wild three was like, that was like a heat check three that you take in the preseason against Sacramento.
When they had a lead, they had just taken the lead and he fired one up.
And he just, it was wild and it was deep.
It was early in the shot clock.
I wrote down like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, Curry has not touched the ball for 2 straight possessions. Like, that's my problem with Poole. Is like, if Poole's in, that's fine. I love that, like, the juice he brings to the offense. But there are times where it's like, oh my God, we just went 2 straight possessions where Steph Curry didn't touch the ball.
Yeah, Steph didn't touch the ball.
Okay.
Exactly.
But you know what? Jordan Poole, as bad as he is on defense, like those back-to-back threes were sick.
Yeah,
those were sick.
How about the time he took Williams, turned him into in the washing machine, and then pulled up, took the little jumper in the key. That was sweet when he hit the 2 there.
Carlo P donates $5. He says, I love Larry's energy tonight. No sleeves, Ryan and Dan the man. I'm at the Giants game right now. Let's go, fellas. Carlo at the Giants game, 6-2 Giants, top 7. Dodgers have a runner on against Jake McGee. Giants looking to go up 1-0 or 1-0 in the weekend series. Giants Dodgers, and should be good. We'll be on tomorrow. Well, of course, we'll be on after this Giants game tonight. We'll talk a lot of Giants baseball later on in this live stream. Tomorrow night, Ned Coletti joins us after Giants Dodgers, and I'm really fired up to talk to Ned tomorrow night and get his perspective. But let's get back to Golden State for just a second, because I thought we saw something here that you never see, and I want your guys' thoughts on this. So there was a timeout in the third quarter, and the way they have everybody situated on Golden State side, it's Kerr and all those assistant coaches. By the way, Kenny Atkinson, congratulations. He's on to Charlotte today as their new head coach of the Charlotte Hornets. But then there was like this rare in-game courtside conversation between Steve Kerr, Joe Lacob, and Bob Myers towards the end of a timeout there in the third quarter. Now, Lacob and Myers usually are not seated as close to the Warrior bench as they have been in these 2 games in Boston. I would love, oh my God, I would love to know what was said right there, because, Joe
Lacob were discussing Draymond. You think they were discussing maybe pulling, hey, I'm going to have to pull Draymond here? Yeah,
that's a great call, Danny. I hadn't even thought about that. But maybe that was it. Maybe they were in part, or maybe Joe's a little bit more hands-on of an owner than we actually think. Maybe he actually likes to impart thoughts from time to time. I
wouldn't be surprised if Steve was just getting his, hey, guys, I got to pull Draymond. Maybe. I'm just surmising here.
We're just
telling
guessing.
The owner and the GM, like, hey, Draymond's your guy. I know you love him, and I love him too, but I got to get him out.
These are some notes I wrote at the end of the first half, because this was devastating, because I thought we outplayed them in every facet of the game in the first half. We ended up being down. Okay, so it was.
Somebody's asking, by the way, the over/under on Rye F-bombs tonight.
What was take the over 35?
It was 7. It was 7, I believe, and we're already at 3 or 4.
Oh, who knows?
I think it's 3. I think we'll give you 3, but I would say I'd go with the over, Danny. I'm going with the over. Okay, go ahead, Rye. Sorry,
how long is the show?
So Curry is going bananas at the end of the first quarter, or end of the second quarter, to close the half. Okay, we got 49-47. This is where I was like, oh my God, are we going to lose this game? We're playing this well. 49-47 is the play where White's grabbing Curry's arm and he throws up a shot, I mean, I'm cool with a no call, but I thought, okay, guaranteed Curry free throws is 49-49. Instead, offensive foul. Immediately down the floor, White hits a three.
The one where they lost him in the corner and it was wide open.
They
That was a
lost him in the
terrible
corner.
sequence.
All of a sudden, it's 53-47 instead of 49-49. Then Draymond gets an offensive rebound, goes up like, he goes up like a P word, like he was scared. And then,
Let's just say tentative. He was tentative.
Hey, Draymond may be watching tonight. Look out, Ryan.
Be careful. Be careful. He's got a podcast.
He's coming after you, and he's coming after me now too.
Yeah. And I'm the one who's got the channel, so it's going to be on the Krueg Show channel. So be careful, Mr. F-bombs.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is like rewatching Game 3, trying to be objective about it and throw all the fouls and everything out the floor. Like, it's just the floor is too clogged with Draymond out there because Robert Williams isn't guarding anyone. When Draymond's out there, he doesn't have to guard. He's just a free safety.
You know what? That's a great point. Also, I think that if you're, let's say you're, going to argue the officials, either way, the biggest, most egregious thing that I think Boston would have to argue would be the Robert Williams inside 2-pointer where he obviously got pushed. He got pushed by two guys and he got neither foul. It was an offensive rebound, I believe. And then he went back up, little baby jump hook. But he clearly got pushed by two players and he got pissed at the officials. To me, that was the most egregious ref call of the night that didn't go in the Celtics way, where the Warriors had countless. I mean, the Bielitsa hack, what the hell was that? Why he doesn't get that call? Excuse me, why does he not get that call? I mean, he's driving the lane. You hacked him on the wrist on the way up.
It was a breakaway.
It was a clear hack. I mean, I know he's Bielitsa. I mean, he's got to go to the line there. Sorry, NBA. I know he's not a star, but you know what? Sometimes bench guys get fouled too, and he got fouled badly there, and he got no call. Dossie donates $2.99 to say James Foster knows nothing. Now we have chat crime. He says Jason Tatum should have fouled out. What did Tatum finish with fouls wise? Did he finish with 5?
I have no idea. I don't think
right
he that many fouls.
Fouls. Tatum had 3. That's it.
Yeah.
You know what I gotta say is like I'm gonna be like pretty disappointed if like because if they win, I think it's gonna be because of Steph Curry. I think that the voters, from everything I'm hearing, and you look at the Vegas odds, obviously Jaylen Brown's outplayed him, I'd say, for 4 straight games. But they're doing the thing where it's like, well, but like Jason Tatum's definitely more valuable to the team. He gets more pressure and like blah, blah, blah. So we should probably give him the Finals MVP. That's what makes me butthurt. It's just like Steve. I just don't think Tatum's played well at all. I mean, hey, he came out hot in the first quarter, I guess, but like, please keep taking jump shots, Jason Tatum. As far as I'm concerned, the team goes as Marcus Smart goes. And Marcus Smart hit some big shots tonight.
Yeah, he did. He's so good, dude. I mean, I have so much respect for Marcus Smart.
He was 3 of 9 for 3, but every 3 he made, those 3 were like clutch. I mean, how many shots did he take? And like I think we all Warriors fans have PTSD from the last game where we hit the banker in. How many shots did he take where it was like, 3 seconds left on the shot clock and it got kicked out to him and he just hucked up a 3 and it was like, oh my God, if this goes in, we're screwed. Hey, tonight I was expecting the Warriors to do really well on the boards and they out rebounded the Celtics 50. Where did it go here? 55
plus 4, plus 13, 42. Plus 14. Yeah.
I was actually because they got out rebounded so badly last game. I took a prop tonight that Looney and Green would each get 12.
Danny's gambling on it.
Plus, it was the odds were plus 325. So I was like, $10 to win 325. I was like,
Danny, before you get out of here, we want your Belmont pick. We know you're going to the track tomorrow at the Turf Club. I want your pick on the Belmont before you get out of here tonight.
I'll have to. You talk to Steve.
Do you have a pick, or does Steve have a pick?
I usually confer with him. You should have him. He's a horse
aficionado. He's a horse. You were going to say, or horse's ass. Were you going to say he's a horse's ass?
No, he's a degenerate. He's a horse degenerate.
That's right. Yeah. He's like us, in other words. Yeah. Jackson J says, here's $5. Favorite play of the game, Steph dribbling forever, then making the floater to go up 97-94. Seriously, in that one possession, guys, in that one possession, I seriously, by the end of right before he hit the floater, I'm like, pass the freaking ball! Pass the ball!
No, I was thinking he's gonna go. He's gonna
no, it's Steph Curry. It's Steph Curry. So it's like he's the last guy you ever want to say that about or say that to. But in that sequence, I thought he is like all over the place, and it usually ends well, and it did with a beautiful floater. But I was thinking there were times there were guys standing there uncovered with their hands up, and he's like dribbling around in traffic, and guys are swiping at the ball. It was a magical Curly Neal kind of a play.
It was Marcus Smart was hounding him. He almost
then
the ball on a foul, and then Curry recovered it. It broke him down. Rob Williams came out to contest, and then all of a sudden it was like, oops. And then
that was an awesome play, though, Jackson J. That was an incredible sequence right there. I thought the other biggest play of this game, I don't know what you guys thought, but to me, one of the biggest plays of the game was after Jackson or Jaylen Brown, I should say, pushed Klay Thompson into Derek White. And they called the foul on Klay. Another crazy ass terrible call. Derek White Jaylen Brown clearly pushes Klay from behind right into White. And was he an offensive lineman? You cannot call that foul on Klay.
I don't know why Kerr didn't challenge that, because that would have been Brown's 5th foul, and it would have given the Warriors the ball.
Right. But so that was a horrendous call. A horrendous call on Klay Thompson. And you've got an even ball game. Our Warriors are down 2 at that point.
It was 1. Wasn't it like
no, they were down 2 because Klay then hit a 3 the next time down. That was huge. And I think that's where Golden State took the lead and never looked back. They were up 95-94. Next time down, Curry hits that floater after the play that Jackson's talking about. And it's 97-94 Golden State. Timeout Boston. The whole place is shook. And the Warriors didn't look back. It was a great freaking game, man. It really was. It was one of the greatest Warrior games I've ever seen. Why? Yeah. Because this Boston team is that good, because this crowd is that obnoxious, because these announcers seem like they were pulling for Boston, because there was inconsistent officiating that went against Golden State all fucking night long, and because
Larry's got
I'm going to add to Rise. And it felt like Golden State. It was like Golden State against the freaking world. Like there was like nobody. It was like Golden State and the guys on their bench and a whole bastion of hate. And just to turn it around and to rip their hearts out, like Rise said, to go there and stand those people up and just basically say, you know what? You shook this, Michael Wilbon. Shook this on your way back to San Francisco, by the way, for Game 5, and Warriors now have home court. And to me, it was like it was better than anything I saw. Warriors Cavs, better than anything I've ever seen. Warriors Raptors, better than anything I've ever seen. Warriors OKC, Klay Thompson Game 6. To me, tonight tops them all, because it's the NBA Finals. Your backs are against the freaking wall. Everybody's calling you old and small and unathletic, and you can't do it, and blah, 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 blah. Burgers making bets. Celtic fans are feeling good. And you know what? It's 2-2.
Yeah, hey, I don't see Burger in the room.
Danny, stand up, Danny. Once again, for all you people, relax.
Yeah, and I don't see Burger in the room or No Integrity, the other guy.
Yeah, exactly. Where's Burger now?
Or whatever.
Yeah, where's No Integrity? Whatever. Yeah, shredding us the other night. Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, it's still going to be a series, but still sticking with the Warriors. I kind of like the odds of maybe what Larry said. Maybe they win 5 and go back to Boston. And wouldn't that be awesome? I'd rather win it in Boston.
I'd rather win it in Boston in Game 6 than win it at home. Win Game 5 and win Game 6 there.
Just because of their fans. They're so obnoxious. And you heard them, doing the F chant tonight to Green, the whole crowd. When he goes out.
It's a classless fan base, and they're, all their FU Draymond, and you know what, we're tougher than every other fan base. No, you're more obnoxious. You have no perspective. There's a million colleges in the greater Boston area, but nobody's got any perspective on life because they're so wound up in the Red Sox and the Pats and the Celtics. And you know what? The championship pedigree team just rolled into your place and beat you, despite getting no calls, and despite one of their future Hall of Fame players playing a really bad game. So you know what? I love the vibe at the end of the game because it was like, he's like, I can't believe what I just saw. I mean, what an amazing, one of the greatest performances of all time. It's like, well, believe it. Believe it.
Yeah,
and this team on the West Coast that nobody in the Northeast watches Golden State because the game starts at 10 o'clock and they're all old and going to bed at that point. They're not watching this team. So they get into the playoffs, they're seeing them for the first time. So, and all this doubt until you do it. It's one thing to beat Memphis, one thing to beat Dallas. You can't beat the big bad Boston Celtics. Well, guess what? It's 2-2 and the Warriors have home court. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah,
I feel pretty good about their chances.
Maybe we'll get some advantage here. Simon, I hope I don't butcher your last name. Petaniak, maybe. I'm not sure. He says, do you think the Warriors will get at least one game in this series that is significantly and clearly officiated in their favor? Are
seriously
calls going to change in San Francisco?
Seriously. I mean, I'd like to see.
Do you think Steph Curry gets 10 free throws in the game that they're not closing out late? I'd say probably not. I mean, I think that Derek White had 5 free throws tonight. Tatum had 5. Curry had 7. That includes.
Yeah, that's like 4 in the last minute. I mean,
exactly.
Why is Derek White getting 5 free throws to more over Curry's got until the final minute of the game?
Also, just, you know what? I'm just going to say it because I just want to dunk all over Boston. I was not I felt like there was a little bit of like a Bay Area Boston thing. It's like, all right, like all of your god, your idol is Tom Brady, who's from the Bay Area. Wes Welker's from the Bay Area, the best basketball player of all time. Bill Russell's from the Bay Area. So, you know what I got to say is like all of these Boston fans, Game 2, it's like we played a little bit rough. Draymond was doing his thing. All of a sudden, it's like, oh my God, it's like you guys were playing football. There was no skill out there. And it's like, all right. Okay, but then in the game,
I hear a number 4
you just
coming.
say that you're tougher. You're Northeast tougher.
I hear number 4 coming.
What? If we win this finals, we have more titles than Boston Titletown has since 2010. That was what? 13 years ago. We have more titles than you do, dudes. Like as of now, we've been to more championship games.
Dossie says, Ryan, do you own other clothes or just the jersey? He donated $2.99.
Just the jersey.
And then now he throws another $2.99. He's giving you a little bit at a time. He says, shaking my head, Tatum fouled Curry on the 3 plus more with no call. To me, if you're high-fiving Steph Curry on a 3 and your hand touches his hand, that's gotta be a foul, man. It's gotta be a foul. I'm sorry. It's one thing if it's the body, but if you're hitting, if a guy's a 3-point shooter and you make contact with his hand at any point in the shooting motion, that's a goddamn foul. It's a foul in high school. It's a foul in college. It's a foul in the WNBA. It's a foul in the NBA in the regular season. And it's got to be a foul in the playoffs, especially when you're talking about, the best player in the series. For the best player in the series to shoot back-to-back threes in the second half of a crucial finals game and to get 2 high fives, that much connection with the defender's hand on his shooting hand, and to not draw either call is just, I mean, I've been told by NBA fans for 10 years that these are the greatest officials known to man. Well,
awful.
prove it. If you're one of the greatest officials known to man, then prove it. That's a foul in high school. That's a foul in college. And it's got to be a foul for Steph Curry.
I think my brother would have got thrown out of tonight's game. I've seen him on the sidelines get teed up many times, and he would have lost a gasket tonight because that was pathetic in a finals. I mean, when Kerr got teed up on that Pritchard travel, I mean, you're talking
Pritchard took 5 freaking steps.
I mean,
you get 2.
This guy,
you get 2.
If oh man,
yeah, just no 5 steps.
I know. Saatsaz is a Bielitsa stan. Bielitsa does a good job on perimeter defenders. I will say though, they were putting Pritchard on Bielitsa in that quarter, and Bielitsa wasn't taking advantage. Like, he was down in the post, and he wasn't even making an attempt to not to just rain on the parade. This is what back to Warriors homerness. Marcus Smart has 2 more personal fouls than Steph Curry in this series.
Well, how about this, right? To add to your point there, going to the 4th quarter tonight, the free throws in the past 7 quarters were 44-24 Celtics. Think about that for a second. 7 quarters of NBA Finals basketball, and the Celtics 44-24 as far as shooting free throws.
Yeah,
I mean, my goodness.
That only bodes well for the Dubs, because guess what? They definitely, the people involved in the organization, they take little clips and they do it, whatever. They send it to the league officials, and before every game, that's a big reason why everything gets switched from game to game. We're going home, and we just got boned officiating for 2 games in Boston. We got boned in a game 4 where we were down 2-1. I thought we were going to get a crazy advantage.
Here's the question. One of the people in the chat here, and let's see if I can find it so I can give him some credit. But basically, somebody in the chat has, here we go. Lucas, this is a good comment here, or at least an interesting one that I want your guys' thoughts on. Lucas D. Almeida says, what do you guys think about starting Jonathan Kuminga over Green? Now, I would say hell to the no, but I think it's at least interesting, Lucas, to discuss it. And I'm going to throw it out to these guys because I think I would say no, but Kuminga is a lottery pick with a huge wingspan and a great future and major athleticism. Green, to me, Green is everything for Golden State. So I think I would not do it. I would throw Kuminga some minutes because I think his length and athleticism, especially if you told him, you go out there, you defend and you rebound and you finish. And that's it. No threes, no crazy anything. Defend, rebound, and finish at the rim. And that's all you do. And if he could do that for a 7 to 8 minute period in both halves, I'd love to see Kuminga, but not necessarily for Green.
Yeah, not starting.
And I wouldn't start him over Green. What do you guys think of Lucas's idea?
I wouldn't start him over Green, but I would sub him in for Green. And I think Kerr, if he's going to play him, it'd be game 5 because it's a home game. I don't think you'll see him in Boston, probably just because of the pressure there. But I could see him getting some minutes if Green is not performing. If he's doing what he's done the last 3 out of these 4 games, yeah, I could see Kuminga in there for a few minutes.
Wait a second. Look who's in the green room. I can see billowing smoke coming under the door. Oh, no. Stay away from the fruit platter. Get yourself a beer in the fridge, Cy, and don't eat all of our food back there in the green room. Right before Cy jumps in the mix, and just the notion that Cy is going to be in the mix has made people flock to the post game here. What do you think? GTC Reels has a great comeback. He says that's a good idea, Lucas, but it would slap Draymond in the face by Kerr if Kerr did that. I say Iguodala. That's GTC Reels. What do you think before we welcome in the czar of Locked On Warriors? Do you do anything with Draymond's minutes, or do you just say, you know what, he's a Hall of Famer, he's the ignition, and hell freaking no, are we sitting him down? Where are you on Draymond?
It's a little bit different at home. I do think that Draymond gets a little bit of a boost when he's at home, but I'll say this, and I think Sai's not going to like this, but I think that we should probably treat Draymond the way that Boston treated injured Robert Williams for the first 2 games of the series, meaning let's start him. Let's see what happens. If we see the same Draymond we've seen for the past 3 games, on a list of guys that so far I really trust this series, it's like it goes Steph Curry, Andrew Wiggins. After that, it's like Porter, Looney, not in order necessarily. It's like in order it goes Steph, Andrew Wiggins. Okay, then we get into like a tier of guys that I trust, that I know will show up for the most part, and it's like, you know, Porter, Looney, GP2, Clay, Poole, and then Draymond's a little bit slightly below that. And for that, I mean, it's like we have to give Draymond, because it's gonna be too much for the team. Like, that is gonna be rough for the team, because Draymond means that much culture wise, to like just be like, oh, let's not, you know, let's bring Draymond off the bench. But for this specific series, I think it's a test of his, like, you say you have championship DNA, you do, dude, you 100% do, dude. But like, you're getting older, and this is not necessarily the series for you. So with that, we bring in Cyrus Saatsaz.
Nathan Wu in the chat says Burger's been really quiet. I just want to point that out. Burger's been nowhere to be found. All right,
Salmon Burger.
Seriously, where's Burger right now?
The moment the Warriors win, these clowns are quiet, man. They're the very definition.
Clowns.
They're clowns.
Sai, Rise already dropped 4 F-bombs. I dropped 1.
Oh wow.
We've got record number.
I'm on a short time clock here. I have to be out by 9:55 because quality time with the wife beckons.
Okay. So you have 9 minutes, basically.
I have 9 minutes, man. Locked On Warriors is great. Hall of Famer Rick Barry came in. Janelle Moore, your former guest, jumped in for a few minutes. Reporter and analyst with the San Jose Mercury News. All I can say is, man, regardless of our opinions on Draymond Green, first of all, he has to start. You have to play him, dude. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to bench him at this point? I mean, they won the game. I mean, you can't.
You're going to start him.
You have to start him. You have to play him.
He has a short leash, I feel like.
But I thought Kerr's rotation though was really good tonight.
Ruff, by the way, just hit his second bomb of the night. 7-2 Giants. Go ahead.
Oh, right. I'm going to watch it. I'm 30 seconds behind.
What Kerr did in the fourth quarter was brilliant with Draymond Green, in the sense that he pulled him out for certain offensive possessions, kept him in there for defensive possessions. Through 4 games, here's what at least I've come to the realization without the 4 games. And I loved having Rick Barry on, because when I get confirmation from him, I always feel better about my opinions. That the Warriors have figured out certain matchups here, right? And it was driving me crazy earlier in this game. First of all, the starting lineup was a mistake. They survived despite the fact that Kerr pulled the desperate move by starting Otto Porter Jr. That was not a good move, but they survived it despite that, because Kevon Looney had a monster game. He had a huge game tonight. You have to match up Robert Williams III minute by minute with Kevon Looney. Draymond Green has value in this series when he's defending Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown, as weird as it sounds, is more dangerous than Jason Tatum. He has been the killer for the Warriors. So Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green are the only 2 players that are effective guarding him. So Draymond Green does have value there. I don't mind playing him. But if Jaylen Brown, he's out of the game, yeah, Draymond does not have much value. For some reason, this series is just not for him. I am very happy that Steve Kerr reverted back to putting Klay Thompson on Al Horford. You saw that a lot more tonight. Hiding Klay. And again, Klay had a horrible first half, man. Those shots he made in the second half were relief.
He did not have a great game. I mean, he hit big shots, but he did not have a great game. Actually,
he finished with 18 points. He finished 4 for 10 from. He hit a few big threes in the second half. I'll give him that. But defensively, he was a liability when he's starting.
But good defense side down the stretch. And
down the stretch,
when it really counted, you saw him. It was almost like he stepped it up, like it was old Clay.
We have limited side time, so let's let Cy do his thing.
But overall, but ultimately, I think when we look at this game, you have to look at this as arguably Stephen Curry's greatest NBA Finals performance. I mean, bottom, is that what Rick thought, Cy? Well, we brought up the topic. I raised the question to Janelle and Rick. I'm like, has there ever been a better, off the top of your head, calling you on the spot? I mean, this is a post-game reactionary show, but has there ever been a better game? I mean, I think he's had one game where he scored more. I think he scored 47 in a loss to the Raptors.
Yeah,
but they lost that game. But this game had so much more meaning to it. I mean, this is a series that is clearly very winnable. I mean, I'm guessing the Warriors are the favorites now. It's a best of 3, and they have home court advantage. And here's one thing: I don't see the Warriors losing at home again. I do see this remarkable.
So you said they're going to win the series?
Oh yeah, well I've always said that, but now I'm incredibly confident because it's a best of 3 series and it's best of 3, and the Warriors have home court advantage. I will all day ride with that. So yeah, the Warriors have the clear edge here because
the Warriors have lost a game 7 at home though.
Yeah, well that was also with that's a different circumstance. They don't have LeBron James on their team. They don't even have a Kyrie Irving on their team. I mean, I don't think even Jason Tatum.
No one even close. If Jason Tatum took over today's game, you know what? Give him props. You know what? They're probably up 3-1. But they don't have that guy. The media wants to make it seem like they have that guy. They do not have that guy. Jason Tatum does not even think that he's that guy. In the media, he's come out and said that.
Jaylen Brown is better this series than Jason Tatum. It's weird, but it's true. 100%. And so I don't. So the question is, the Celtics have had this incredible run where they haven't lost 2 straight this entire postseason. They didn't get the Warriors. So it comes down to if the Warriors are going to win the championship, they have to beat them 2 straight. And is it going to be games 6 and 7, or is it going to be games 4 and 5? And I think it's going to be games 4 and 5. So Monday's the whole series, man. But here's what Rick said.
Wow, think about that.
I agree, by the way. Rick was confident in saying this, and I do agree with him. If the Warriors win Game 5, the series is over at the Garden in Game 6, and I agree.
And that was my prediction. That was my prediction that the Warriors would win Game 5 and win Game 6. GTC Real says here's $1.99 starting at 12 minutes in a game and sit Draymond Green. Also this one, Arizona Cardinals, Phoenix Suns on God. Robin Williams is a money bro. If Ayton and Robin Williams,
he's ass, bro.
Oh, ass. I didn't get that. Robin Williams is ass, bro. If Ayton and Robin Williams switched spots, the C's would have already swept Golden Shower. I love that one.
Robin Williams, that's pretty funny, though. That's Skip Bayless shit. DeAndre Ayton is soft beyond belief, and the Warriors match up super well versus him. I'm not worried about that guy at all. Robert Williams is a shockingly impactful player versus the Warriors. Not scared to say that. I mean, look, Draymond Green is afraid to shoot. I don't want to talk like I'm Skip Bayless. Oh, he's scared to shoot. I'm Kendrick Perkins. He's scared to shoot. He's scared to shoot. And as he maybe should be. I mean, honestly, Robert Williams is a freak. He moves around the floor like crazy. Oh, Dossie. Okay, you're right.
He says, Dossie says $2.99. Hush, Rye, let Cy speak. Also, wash your jersey. Look at that. Dossie it might be like a high school buddy of Rye's because he is going right at Ryan Smith. All right, let's move Dossie aside and let the lockdown
He's a radio program director. Maybe he's an old retired radio
yeah, exactly. What do you think? I mean, Cy, to me, I thought the Warriors beat 2 teams tonight. I thought they beat the Celtics, Agreed. And I felt like they beat the officials. I thought the one that bothered me the most, I guess, outside of the Steph Curry, literally they're touching his shooting hand on the 2 4-point plays. He got neither call, but Jaylen Brown drove the middle, made contact, drew the defensive foul. When the Warriors tried it twice Twice they did it. They got called both times for the offensive foul. 3 inconsistencies, but all 3 of them went against Golden State on the same freaking play. That was mind-numbingly bad. That bothered me. But give me your rundown, and what was Rick's thought on the officiating, because he sees the game at a pretty high level.
He thought it was bad on both sides. He thought clearly the Warriors got screwed over, but he actually thought that like there was an Al Horford foul on Steph near the end that he thought shouldn't have been called. But yeah, he did think that it was way more one-sided.
Maybe that was a makeup call.
Yeah. And the officiating was atrocious. I mean, there's no way around that. There was a travel call on Pritchard earlier in the game that they missed completely. That I think Steve Kerr got a technical on. You're right. The Warriors won this game despite an incredibly hostile crowd that is utterly classless. I don't know how you just tolerate those dropping F-bombs and a chant like that. It's just, I don't know why for some reason everyone is suddenly just accepting this. Like it's become a social norm. Oh, it's Boston. It's okay. It's Boston. Like, oh, so apparently depending on the region now, we could just yell the F word loudly for national television to broadcast. You can hear that thing over the airwaves. It was crazy. But yeah, the Warriors were overcoming that.
Did you hear Klay Thompson? He's like, stay classy, Boston. He's like, yeah, we faced this before.
I didn't love that by Klay. I didn't. I thought it was kind of a bad look. I thought it should have been like, all right, like, because immediately they went to the receipts, and it was like us yelling at LeBron James and Klay.
That's a big difference between one person. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna have to mute. There's a big difference between one person saying, "Hey, LeBron, you're this or that," than the entire freaking arena chanting "F you, Draymond." All right, Dossie is made up with Rye. He says, "Sorry, Rye, I love you."
Anyways, I gotta do quality
give us your final thought on this one. What do you expect to see in Game 5?
I want to first say this was one of the greatest games in Warriors history.
No doubt.
This is going to go in the annals of documentaries, of books. I mean, this was just an all-timer, man. I mean, you heard Stephen Curry talk about it after the game. I mean, they recognized the significance of this. Andrew Wiggins had a huge game. They don't win this game, I think.
Unreal.
Wiggins' greatest game, huh? The greatest game of his career.
I mean, 16 rebounds. The Warriors had 3 players in triple digits in rebounds. I mean, Stephen Curry had 43 points, but the 10 rebounds to go with that. And Draymond Green, as bad of a night as he had, again, I mean, he's had 3 bad nights in 4 games, but he did have 9 rebounds in this game to go with 8 assists. So it wasn't like a wasted effort. He had his moments. But look, man, I mean, Game 5 is going to be the biggest game of the year. And I just don't think the Warriors lose 2 home games this series. So I think this will be the first time the Celtics lose 2 games at home in a row. I don't think it's going to be close. I don't think it's going to be easy, but the Warriors have the edge, man. It's the best of 3. They got home court advantage. And Larry O'Brien, you're coming to San Francisco in some regard. And
Nick J says, when the thing goes to Chase Center, come with the FU Celtics chant. Would you like to hear Would you like to hear the FU Celtics chant?
Just Draymond, just a lot of positive Draymond chants. If we wanted to.
I no more positivity. I want the FU Celtics. Seriously,
I gotta run, guys. I love you guys. I love you.
All
I gotta
right,
run.
Take it easy, man. Saatsaz from Locked On. What do you think, guys? Will we get the FU Celtics at Chase Center, or is the you would have gotten it at Oracle potentially
for sure. But for sure, I that's why you know what I did not like, because you know what this is my thing is I'm like the average fan that doesn't tune into the playoffs, and even when they tune into during the playoffs, like they're kind of wishy-washy, but then they tune into the finals for sure, and then they make all of their NBA opinions based on the finals. I just don't love the fact that we're complaining about that kind of thing. Like we've been through a lot. Like, and that's not.
Yeah, but okay, but here's the thing. I mean, this is like, this is become a talking point. Like, can the finesse, small, older, unathletic Warriors, can they battle this Celtic dominant team who's younger, faster, bigger, stronger, and also are they? This narrative is that the Warriors can't play because the crowd is too intimidating. Because if suddenly you've got a bad accent and you've got green on, that suddenly you're some intimidating badass, suddenly you're some bad hombre. It's like the Warriors have championship pedigree, and they were going to play their game. They were going to come out. It was not they don't care about the cauldron of hate. They really don't care about that. And they were going to be unaffected. And to like try to kind of paint that narrative, like could they get it done in Boston? Could they win a game in Boston? I don't think. I heard people on a couple podcasts this morning saying, I don't think they have what it takes to win in this building. What? And then I'm listening to.
They haven't watched the entire playoffs.
Well, and then I'm listening to Michael Wilbon at halftime saying that Draymond shook. Draymond is getting old. Draymond's maybe physically outgunned. I think it would be a better way to say it. I don't think he's shook. He's not shook. If he's well defended, if Boston's doing a great job on him, that's one thing. But to say he's shook implies that the fans are in his head and that he somehow is, it's like Sam Darnold. I'm hearing ghosts. I don't know what's going on. You're not scaring or frightening or intimidating Draymond Green. He didn't play great tonight, but guess what? The series ain't over. And 2 of the next 3 are at Golden State. And you know what? Go check your Draymond Green NBA Finals history. He plays pretty well in some of these late finals games. So talk as much as you want, run him down all you want, say that he was shook, say he was this, say he was that. The parade's going to be in Oakland. The parade's going to be in San Francisco or Oakland. The parade's going to be here in the Bay Area, and you can bank on that. I'm pretty confident of that.
Armando Castellanos, that is true. 27 straight series where they won a road game. So take that.
Which is an incredible accomplishment, really.
Put that
you think about that.
No good. Is that how it's said?
I'm not sure.
But
Jamie Contreras at ESPN's mad right now. Or maybe Jaime. It might be Jaime. I'm sorry about that.
And the Giants beating the Dodgers 7-2.
Look at that. Look at that.
Field goal ball
Look at
strikes
that.
out Chris Taylor to end the game.
7-2 Giants over the Dodgers. Warriors beat the Celtics by 10 and have home court in the finals. We're feeling good. We got hundreds of people in the chat right now, all kinds of people making donations to the channel, comments up and down. Too much says you called the 2-2, Larry. Thank you. I did, but I thought I got kind of confused on game 3 and 4.
Don't
but
give
I thought
him that
it would
much
be 2-2.
credit. He got mixed. Watched the whole thing.
I'm freaking Nostradamus over here. All right, it's like the game has already been played in my head.
We all called 2-2, but we just
Digital Drew. Where's Digital Drew? Carlo Pieces. Ryan's on fire tonight in Fuego. Digital Drew says Dubs W, Giants W. It's a good day. Thank you, Ice Cube Drew.
Yeah, I won a nice parlay tonight. Very good. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Lucas says, what a great night to be a Bay Area fan. Oh, wait a second. Danny, the financial planner with multiple homes, has got more money. All right. So for that alone, for a financial planner to boast about his additional cash, that's worth a mute. That's worth a mute. I mean,
that's true. That's true.
Seriously. I mean, if you're driving a Bentley and you're like, look at, I just cashed on my bet. I mean, that's worth a mute. I mean, 30 seconds. If we had a 30-second, penalty box, you only get out of the penalty box if we get a look at Buster and Faith. I mean, that's getting you out. If you can produce Buster and Faith, we'll get you out of the box. There is Faith. Buster. Here comes Buster. There's Buster. All right, Danny. All right, that alone.
Did I send you guys
how do we mute Danny there?
Of my doggy?
Yeah, let's see the rye dog.
All right, because I thought I immediately switched my pick in my mind to Warriors once I saw this. Because well, give me about 1.5 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
We got this one. Where is it? Here we go. G. Martinez says, "Tell me what to bet on Krueger on Monday. What are the odds on Monday? What's the line Monday?"
Okay.
I bet it's Warriors by 8. I bet it's Warriors 3.5.
I bet
Look
it's
at Brian donating $19.99. Love you, Larry. Brian, fist in the air, buddy. Thanks for joining me on the Krueg Show on YouTube.
Plus
This is Dan
3.5
Coccimiglio down here on the bottom. Up here on the top is the great Ryan Smith. We can see and hear on this show. We cannot smell, and that's a good thing because Rye's worn this jersey for like the entire series. I mean,
And he sleeps in it.
I'll tell you what, I did not. You did not
wash this jersey?
I did not wash this, but recently I did because my girlfriend's coming up to visit me, so I had to do it. But like I'm at my dad's, and so like I've got like 5 pairs of clothing, and this is definitely the most Warriors. So okay, here we go. That's
like your uni. That's like your uni.
Oh,
but Brian, thanks again for the 1999, brother.
Yeah. So anyway, this is when I was like, because my biggest worry was just Steph Curry's his foot, or should we say paw. I just wasn't sure how it was going to react. And then when my other favorite male, my boy Ringo, he pulled up like that. Oh, dang it!
What's wrong?
Oh, the file says that it's okay. Can you guys? I'm blowing it.
By the way, G Martinez says it's -3.5. Warriors -3.5 on Monday.
That's what I said. 3.5.
Are you surprised by that? That seems like pretty much right on.
That's about what I thought it would be.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty. The thing that scared me about Curry, honestly, was the fact that it was a 4-point Boston Celtics spread tonight. Like, because I think it was 3, it was 3, then moved to 3.5 for the first game in Boston. And usually the zigzag theory, which is like whoever wins the previous playoff game, like it zags back the other way due to refereeing, due to motivation, due to back against the wall. I assumed that the Warriors would be like a 2.5 or 3-point underdog. Instead, it was 4, which made me think, I don't know. Oh, Dossie's making fun of me for not having a girlfriend.
Lucas says, you guys are awesome. Best post-game crew. Thank you, Lucas. Appreciate you, brother.
I think when it turns to game 5, 2-2, though, I don't see any like switch in the Warriors mentality of like, oh, they're definitely not going to have that. I mean, Boston's going to be up and the Warriors are going to be up. I thought Boston for game 4 after winning game 3 played with a lot of intensity tonight.
Yeah.
And they really brought it. And I think the Warriors – I don't think
Steph Curry took this one. Steph Curry took this one.
Yeah, 100%. That's what everyone thought was like, okay, our chance is like Boston gacks all over itself. That's the way they've been doing it during the playoffs, and that's what makes it so much more painful is the fact that Boston showed up. I mean,
Kevin Fontana guy says, I think I see the Warriors are -150 now to win the series. Does that sound right? -150?
That tracks.
This is kind of interesting one too. Too much. TU much says, fellas, based off of what you've seen this final so far, how would you guys approach the offseason? What would you guys do to improve our team? Man, we got a lot of time for that. But I'll say this. The one guy all Warrior fans should YouTube and check out, Gabe Brown from Michigan State. They project him late in round 2. He's a 40% three-point shooter. He's a 90% foul shooter. He's a 3-and-D guy. He's a team captain. He's an academic all Big Ten player. He's a 4-year starter. And I know a lot of people say, well, you don't want 4-year starters. You want guys who are first or second year. Just remember that name. I think that's the steal of the NBA draft round 2. Gabe Brown. And I'm sure that will make Draymond happy because he's a Michigan State guy. But I love me some Gabe Brown. As far as the Warriors, I'm absolutely re-signing GP2. He's the priority.
Oh
Looney,
my God, yes.
Looney and GP2 are the priority. I think I'm letting Bielitsa go. Because just money, and Otto Porter, I could see it going either way. And then I don't want to trade Wiggins, but I'm not sure exactly how this whole thing's coming together. I mean, seriously, if they win, I think you keep it all together and bring your guys back and you got 3 picks in the draft. You got a late first, you got 2 late seconds, and you got your mid-level exception, I believe. So that's kind of what you're looking at to improve your team. But if you lose, maybe all bets are off, and maybe you got to consider. I always thought of Draymond Green. Like if I would own the team, I'd want to go to the finish line with Draymond Green. But if they lose here, maybe you don't go to the finish line with Draymond Green. I'd love to see them go to the finish line and have Steph and Clay and Draymond as lifetime Warriors, but I don't know if it can happen. So this is a major off season. I think Poole will get paid. Wiggins is establishing himself with a game like tonight. If he has one more game like that or two more games like that, he ain't going anywhere.
Wiggins.
He's not going anywhere.
I love Wiggins. He's
Maybe you trade Poole. Poole's of all the guys they've got who potentially could get traded, Poole has the most value. So maybe you trade Poole.
Well, he does, because I
The
think
only
Curry's
problem is that his contract. Oh, I hate that we're getting into this, but
it's a little. We're putting the cart before the horse, and we're kind of, but too much asked the question, so it's all right.
Yeah. But I got to say, it's like, who are the guys that we haven't given enough love to yet? And Wiggins since the Dallas series has been consistent every single game. You could maybe say, the last game, there was a few open threes he didn't hit. He hit a big one in the fourth quarter last game. Guy had 18 points. He was playing great defense. Today he just showed up, and GP2 I thought was much better today. I thought it changed the complexion of the game. Honestly, when Draymond got a second foul, we immediately went on an 8-0 run.
That's a great call, Ryan. I thought that was a key point as well, right there, because who knows what direction that goes right there. That felt like a momentum swing in Boston's favor, and then before you could even look up, it was an 8-0 Golden State run, and the momentum was back in Golden State's favor. So I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Who did he pick on that?
That was Derek White. It was right after Derek White got some bullshit. Oh, maybe I can't remember anymore. It all just came too fast, but. Maybe it was him, and it was
a breakaway, and then they got a break.
Yeah. It was. No, I remember the play by GP2. I don't know. Derek White got a foul on somebody. Might have been Draymond. Not sure. But immediately, GP checks in the game. Larry loves to bring up how GP can be. He's so good at defense, and he has such good long arms that he can be on one side of you and just poke it away. That's what he did to Derek White. And Derek White tonight was. I kind of respected his game. It was like, I'm going to shoot threes. I'm going to kind of flop and just kind of be that guy. GP2, took him out. And all of a sudden,
GP2, by the way, not to interrupt you, Ryan, but you mentioned GP2. GP2 only played 10 minutes.
Exactly. It seemed like longer.
I'm shocked by that. But look what he did in those 10 minutes. 5 points, 4 rebounds. I thought GP2 pulled 2 or 3 huge rebounds. Monumental rebounds.
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought GP2 on the glass, that's a very, you look at those numbers, 10 minutes. 2 of 3 from the field, took 1 3, missed it. 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 6 points. You see, 5 points. You see 5 points, 4 rebounds, and he did it in 10 minutes. And he D'd guys up. And he bodied guys up. Play him. Play GP2.
Play GP2.
You'll see him play 20-plus minutes.
Better than big men, most big men in the league.
Seriously,
he's going to get some of Draymond's minutes if Draymond's not having a good game. GP2.
That would be the guy. Give GP2 the extra
20 plus minutes. I can almost guarantee it in Game 5 because it's a home game. Your role players play.
Just don't forget about him. Don't forget about GP2. Kerr is a great coach. He has a tendency, though, to forget about GP2. The great Carl Kelsick, who's a friend, says, thanks for the Gabe Brown note. We'll check that. Definitely, Carl. Good to see you, man. Good to hear you're alive and kicking. And thanks for listening to the Krueg Show. You're a good man. Rebel444 says, Gabe Brown, 7-foot wingspan as well. You got to watch this kid. He is really exciting. Digital Drew donates $10. He says he moved to Chicago a decade ago. I've missed Krug's voice and takes on KMBR. These post-game streams have been a taste of home. Thank you sincerely. Keep it up. Digital Drew, thank you, man. Thanks for the $10. And more importantly, thanks for the listen. We're here doing post-game on Warriors, on Giants, on Niners. And we're going to continue being here. So appreciate everybody who joins us. Guys, give me your thought on on Kevon Looney's 28 minutes, because not only did Looney doesn't take shots. He took 4 shots. He made 3 of them. He had 11 rebounds. He had a couple assists. I thought he had 6 points. He had a couple of ticky-tack early fouls that were just horrible calls. Terrible, terrible calls. Give me your thought on Loon, who didn't get the start, didn't pout. And, man, when they went to him, he just continues to produce.
I mean, I thought, and maybe it's blasphemous, but I thought they 1,000% should have subbed in Looney for Draymond in the last game. And I thought that, that lineup because you know what? The thing is, Looney's not getting exposed at all on defense. And the biggest thing that he gives us, and it's the Celtics have had it, and it's backbreaking, man. It's backbreaking. But for the Warriors, it's even more backbreaking for the other team, is offensive rebounds. If you get an offensive rebound, kick it back out to one of our shooters, and if they make a 3, my God, that is devastating. And the guy just crushed. I think that his first possession out there, he got an offensive rebound. It just seemed he did so well versus Robert Williams. I mean, even inside, I think I said that the other day, it's like these guys that are a little bit more unathletic, like they're used to everybody being – anybody in the league, any starting center in the league might as well be Robert Williams versus them, because they can't get off the ground. They have to pump fake. They know how to go to the other side of the rim so they can't block it. I just thought Looney was great, man. And he, you know what? I just trust him with the ball. I trust him with the ball as much as I do Klay Thompson. He's awesome, and he definitely needs to get more minutes.
Alex Breitler says, he threw it out earlier. He's like, I want to see you guys go to 2:00 in the morning. And right now he's like, let's go all night tonight, guys, all night. It's funny. So I'm in my studio, in my home studio in Walnut Creek. It was 103 degrees in the creek today. 103.
103. Wow.
103.
Wow.
Now Danny's in the desert, so Danny's
right
but he's
now,
sitting in
110.
AC right now. He's sitting.
Oh yeah, I've been inside all day, man.
Right
I went
underneath
outside
the duck.
just to water a few trees and plants, and I was like, man, this is.
What is it right now,
ridiculous.
Danny? Because it's 10:16 at night. What kind of temperature are we looking at in Phoenix or the greater Phoenix area?
Let me take a look here.
So I would say it's still like about 80 degrees.
It's going to be higher than that, Larry.
Is it? Oh, it's 99 still?
Yeah.
Oh my God! How do you
99.
live in that?
You stay inside.
It's 99 degrees
you
in Arizona.
Inside. Yeah.
At 10:17 at night.
Yeah. It's going to be.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it doesn't
awful.
cool off, but you stay in. Yeah, I was supposed to be coming up tomorrow anyway to the bay, but my dogs they called yesterday and they said they're having a breakout of like kennel cough and dogs are getting sick, and I'm like, I'm not going to drop them off there and get them sick and then come home and have to go take them to the vet, put them on antibiotics, and they don't want to. They don't need to suffer. So I decided.
Well, Buster doesn't need to suffer. Faith.
yeah. Seriously, we like Buster.
Oh,
By
come
the way,
on, look at Faith there. Look at
Walnut Creek. Walnut Creek. It says, let's see, 78 degrees in the creek right now. 78, which, I grew up in the Sunset District in the city. I'm used to fog, and more fog. So, if it's over 70 at night, I'm like, oh man, it's hot. So 78 degrees at 10:18. And I'm in my studio. So my studio doesn't have the greatest AC of all time.
Dog.
Oh yeah, I finally got okay. Yeah, this was my dog right before the game. It got to a point where I was like, oh my God, am I going to miss the first quarter? Because all of a sudden,
Ryan's dog had an accident today, right?
He had to play through pain like he was Steph Curry.
Hey. Oh man. Oh,
look at that.
Oh
man.
It's a bad. That's a bad limp.
Yeah.
He's a gamer.
Holding it up.
He's a gamer.
Look
he's
at that.
a gamer.
Look at that. He knows.
Man, look at that.
He's not 100%, but he's like
Ringo's a gamer. He's calling him gamer.
He's like my master's wearing a dirty jersey.
Ringo.
I'm going to be okay.
Game for Ringo.
He probably is saying to himself, Ryan's not washing that jersey until I get better. He probably thinks he's the key factor there.
Oh, I had something weird happen. Father's Day, 2016, right? We're Game 7 at Oracle, and my son, we're at a pool. We're kind of like on vacation. He decides to do a backflip, and he hits the side of the pool, bleeding out of his head, and it's like I'm like washing it out, trying to keep the bleeding, putting hydrogen peroxide on the stuff, and I'm like cleaning it really good, and I said, yeah, it's still gonna be bleeding, right? It's still bleeding. So I'm like, my ex, he says, aren't you gonna take him to the urgent care? I said, no, the game's
Thanks,
7's
Captain.
on.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
Can't you take him? I mean, you're doing nothing. You don't care about the game. Oh, this shows your priorities.
The relationship. How long did the relationship last after that comment right there?
Oh, gee, that was 2016. It was
It was downhill from there.
2016 was just a weird year all around.
It was already going downhill.
It was going south. Rebel 444 says, Rye's dog it's not a bad limp, it's just his pimp walk. There you go.
But, hey, I don't know if this okay, it's a little off topic.
Too much says Marcus Smart got him.
Yeah, that's so funny. Okay, this is pretty bad. You guys are going to be like, oh, you young whippersnapper, you. But I'd never seen Terminator. Is that crazy? I was
T2 or the first one?
First one. I was expecting you to maybe spit out your water on that, but
right.
No, it's potentially reasonable.
Well, I mean, it's, I mean, if you told me you hadn't seen like Tombstone or something, maybe I'd be more shocked.
Okay. Well, that's, you know what? Now we're talking, because Tombstone, Terminator, both. Okay. So my dog Ringo, who's playing her right now, his original dad's dad is Michael Biehn, who starred in Terminator, and I just watched it for the first time. He also was the bad in Tombstone.
So you have a celebrity dog?
I have like a degree of connection, or a degree of separation celebrity dog. Yes.
So some celebrity said, I'm tired of this freaking dog. Will you take him? Is that what happened?
That is exactly what happened. No. The guy. Yeah, that's accurate, James Frost.
James Frost says, if size high, then Ryan is vodka sodas.
Yep.
A little splash. What do you got there? Coors Light? The banquet beer?
Just a beer.
That looks like that's Johnny from the Karate Kids beer, isn't it? Didn't he like Coors Banquet? Let's see what beer you got, Rye.
I don't know. It's some random thing.
It's just some random. It's a beer.
Yeah.
It looks like
it's Krueger. It's Krueger beer. It's not Krueger beer.
Crush it!
Krueger.
Crush it! Slam it!
It's a
Monster Slam!
Monster Slam!
Hey, wait,
that
try
was
that
really
again.
a fresco. That looked like a fresco. That might have been a fresco.
Play on that. Let me do that over again.
Yeah, try it again. Maybe with the video we can reenact it later on. I think Danny wants to go play-by-play of everything now.
With not knowing what a hacksaw is. That was. I was like, I know there's that movie Hacksaw Ridge. I know.
Scratch me on the back with a hacksaw. Great Mike Lang, I believe. We're going Pittsburgh Penguins now.
I think Steve was trying to call in.
Yeah, let's get Steve in the chat. We haven't heard from Steve. I'd like to hear what Steve has to say. Wouldn't you like to hear Steve's breakdown at this point, Ryan?
Oh, absolutely.
We're almost an hour and a half into the live stream. Get the door. Get the freaking door. Hello. Trick or treat. No.
Hello.
What's going on, Steve?
Yeah, you guys are right. What a game tonight.
Oh man, wasn't that spectacular? I mean, when this thing's over, I'm gonna go into my house and I'm watching that bad boy again. I know. No. I tape Giants Dodgers, but I'm not. I'm gonna watch Warriors Celtics a second time. I'll watch Giants Dodgers in the morning.
Wait, Steve, sorry to interrupt, but just to add on to that, I have my girlfriend coming in. I haven't seen her in like 3 weeks now that I moved back to the Bay. She's coming in. I'm telling you, she's going to be here in an hour. and I will rewatch this game.
Say, honey, I think you and I can't be together unless you know what I've gone through here. I feel like this game changed me emotionally, mentally. It made me closer to you, and I just want you to watch it with me so we can see how I can get closer to you. Just see if, and then just shut up right there and see if she goes for it. I would say it sounds sincere. I bet you she goes for it. All right, that enough relationship talk. This isn't Dr. Drew and Adam Carolla. Let's get come on. Let's get Steve Coccimiglio's breakdown. Steve, you're a guy who's coached basketball and have great knowledge of the game, and you've been joining us. You're Dan's brother, but also you're a great analyst, I think, on basketball. So give us your thoughts on this one. It was a 10-point Warrior win. It was a gut check. I felt like the officials had more than a few calls that should have gone for the Golden State that didn't. But ultimately, Steph Curry took it away from Boston. Give me your thoughts on the game.
Well, as far as officiating, when it's clear that they're making an attempt to let them play or whatever, to me, it takes away all consistency because, they have to call something. And when they do call something, it's like, well, if you called that, why didn't you call this? Or how could you call that? But there was a lot of inconsistency. There's no doubt about it. But, it was like, Cyrus said that Rick Barry said that it was inconsistent for both teams. Right. The Warriors got a few plays too. The most obvious one, and when I was waiting to get on, I kind of rewound the game. When Tatum fouled Curry on that three, when he kind of ran into him from the back, all three officials, well, the guy underneath not going to call the foul, but the two outside officials were out of position. And they really
I didn't notice that. Where were they? They were not in position to make the call.
They had the wrong angle. The one that was on front of the scorer's table in the Celtics bench, he was too low to see it. He was blocked out by a player. And the player that was on opposite the Celtics bench was a little bit low. He was below the baseline. And so both of them passed on it. Part of it, the officials got to move. That's why officials are supposed to be in such good condition. They're supposed to move their feet just like athletes move. And they didn't they were both standing there, and they missed that one. But, the interesting part of tonight, and you guys have been talking about it, is the role of Draymond Green. And I wanted to really make sure tonight I watched Draymond. Why is he not having success? And the things that he is good at, and he's not really doing. And one of them is defensive rebounding and blocking out. There was a play in the first quarter. There was a shot taken in the corner by Kyle Williams, or maybe it was by
Grant Williams, maybe.
Grant Williams.
Kyle Williams was a cornerback for the 49ers that kind of blew
wide receiver who fumbled all the
not cornerback, but fumbled the punt returns against the championship
meltdown. Kyle Williams.
Yeah,
but we digress.
Sorry to bring that up, but anyhow, I will get this one right. Robert Williams was kind of standing on the baseline, and Green was next to him, and the shot goes up, and Green does not. In basketball, when you're kind of defensive blocking out is a 3-step deal. Shot goes up, you sight check, you find somebody. Second thing you do is you make contact. And the third thing you do is release and go get it. He did none of the three. He didn't even look at Robert Williams. Robert Williams went right around him in the middle of the key, grabbed the rebound, and laid it in. And I'm thinking, how do you not block out? And then there was other little things, and I don't mean to nitpick on Green, but these are the things that seemingly, to me, that he used to do. He went in, and there was maybe he tried to take a shot. He thought there was a foul, and he does not get back on defense. And this was probably in the third quarter. And
I also give Boston, Steve, a little credit. Give Boston a little credit. I think they're defending him well in that they're giving him kind of they're not necessarily charging at him and giving him an obvious pass. They're kind of lingering and kind of waiting to react and seeing if he'll throw one away. And it made him tentative as a passer, which he's never tentative as a passer. And then the length of Williams and Horford seems to make him tentative on any of these floaters or bunnies or putbacks that he normally gets. But go ahead.
Well, you're correct. He's in no man's land because they want him to shoot. They don't even care if he goes in and makes 40% from 8-foot floaters in the middle of the key, because that means Steph Curry or the other players are not involved with the offense. So they're really ignoring him, or they're kind of putting him in that. And the Warriors literally are playing with 4.5 offensive players when he's out there.
Well, what can be done when he's on the floor to get him to be more involved offensively or more effective offensively? Is there anything you can do to set him up that will allow him to be successful?
Well, when they do the on-ball screens and then they jump out and double either Thompson or Steph, and then he slides to the free throw line, and then now they flip it to him, and now he's got the 2-on-1 with Looney, to where he's going to, if Williams steps up, he just throws the lob or the bounce pass to Looney or whoever's down in the baseline, Wiggins. So he's effective on that play. He's effective on the handoffs. But, if they're not running that stuff, they're not guarding him, and they're just locking up on everybody else. But there's some teams that, like the Celtics, are doing a great job with him. And it's like in sports, everything's about matchups. And he really is not effective in this series so far. And I think he's been a liability to him.
Well, there's no question, but what do you do going forward? There's 3 games left, preferably 2, but at least 3 max. What do you do? I mean, he is your guy. I can't think they're going to go away from him, but some of the people have suggested that they should. Where are you? How, if you were Steve Kerr, I would imagine, Steve, you're going to say, I would not go away from him. But if you're Kerr, what would you try to say to him to get him back in the right frame of mind and back to the player that he's been really throughout this year? I mean, Draymond Green, I felt in some ways, especially on Christmas against Phoenix there, I just felt like he was playing some of the best basketball of his career. We haven't seen it, though, in this series.
Well, I actually would turn him into a role player like they did in the fourth quarter.
Absolutely, 100%.
I would turn him into a role player. And, yes, he's got the big contract, and they're committed to him, and he's a 3-time champion and all this other stuff, okay? But he's gotten away from what made him the kind of player that they would want to sign him for all that money. I mean, here's a guy who can't make free throws. He can't score. He's not blocking out. He's on podcasts after the game. He is not focused on what he's supposed to do. His role is to defend, rebound, block out, rebound, get loose balls, set screens, and then, figure out a way every once in a while to be there in the offense. But he's gotten away from those things. He's diverted himself to trying to, bully a couple guys in games 1 and 2 and whatever he has. To me, there's better players to play than him right now because he's not productive. I thought Bielitsa was effective when he was out there.
At least Bielitsa stretches the floor, and he's a threat, and you got to defend it.
He didn't, and he wasn't that's correct. And he wasn't that bad defensively. I mean, he was able to kind of strip the guy, or he got the loose ball, and they, when he went down, they didn't foul him. But look, if you look at just productivity, Payton is way more effective than Green in terms of numbers, loose balls, everything. Now, can Green play great defense on Tatum? Yes. That one shot that Tatum made in the fourth quarter, and Green was guarding him, he turned him, he was in the key, and then not Tatum, but I'm not Brown.
Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown with he faded away. It was like a 14-footer in the key. Green guarded him as well as you could guard him. That was prototypical, Draymond Green defense. Okay, I'm not saying he is completely unusable, but he's got to get his head straight. And look, on the outside, when they asked in the press conference, so they asked Curry, or they ask her, they're always going to say, the pat line. He's a champion. He's a winner. He's this and that. But they, behind the scenes, have got to be telling them, hey, look, get your head straight, stay focused, keep your mouth shut, play. We're right there. And I don't think that this series is over. I don't think it's a lock. There's all kinds of things that can happen, from injuries to key players. And to me, the only time that Boston looked like they were defeated was, in the last quarter of game 2, when they pretty much, were out of the game by 15, 16 points, and that was over. But the entire series, Boston has competed. And when you have guys who, Smart, and you have Brown, and even give White, all these Horford, I thought the Robert Williams he was hobbling around out there. He's playing with that team has got a lot of fortitude. And, I found out something about their coach who, obviously played with, he was an assistant with Popovich, and he had a career.
Right. Udoka.
He started out his career. He was from Portland. The Boston coach played at USF for Phil Matthews for 1 year.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I didn't realize he played at USF.
He played at USF, and then he transferred after 1 year. Didn't get a lot of minutes, and he went up to Portland State. He played on the team that won the Big Sky. But he obviously is a cerebral coach, and he has toughness. And like I said, Brad Stevens behind the scenes, all that. Boston is not going away, and they are not going to be an easy out. And look what it took tonight. Literally a historical effort by Steph Curry to win the game. And so,
and you look at from Boston's perspective, Steve. I mean, Horford only wound up with 8, and if Horford has a hot shooting night, I mean, like we saw in game 1, Boston is exponentially more difficult to defend. So it's like they kind of got a break tonight. Horford really didn't get it going offensively, but that he's another guy. If he starts raining down threes, you got to contain Horford. You got to contain White. Tonight they contained Horford. They really didn't contain White. They gave him a couple free open looks, but overall, to me, it's you kind of know Jaylen Brown and Tatum are going to get theirs. It's the other guys. It's Smart. It's Horford. It's White. If you can control those guys, or at least minimize their contribution, I think that's the ticket. Matthew Mears says even if Draymond Green is 6 feet away from the rim, they sag off of him, expecting him to pass. Yeah, I mean, Draymond gives a look like he's lost all confidence in his offensive game right now on anything that's not just a total layup, which it's one thing if you don't feel comfortable shooting the 3, but if you don't feel comfortable shooting, period, and it's all just you dunk or get a layup or you don't want to shoot, man, that's if I was Draymond, I think I would hoist up a bunch of shots on the off day and see if I could find my shot a little bit, at least in the intermediate range, right?
Looks like he's like he's doing the shot put. I mean, like
he's shooting it on the way up, like the way Antoine Jameson used to shoot it when he was here with Golden State. Kind of everything is like a floater. Like he's not actually shooting the basketball. He's just kind of he's like throwing it up on the rim, like a hockey player dumping it in the corner off the sidewall, and they'll go fight it out in the corners. It's like you have no confidence that any of his shots are going in.
No, I mean I think the biggest thing is like. Yeah, like when it gets to the NBA playoffs, when we were as good as we were, it was the Warriors could run their stuff, and as long as we executed, reasonably well, like that was going to be, we were going to win the game. Draymond Green, at this point, I mean, think back to even the previous rounds. It was like, he pretty much was our de facto point guard. This is not a series where Draymond Green is the point guard. It's just, I guess it's just a personnel thing, but like we cannot have Steph Curry is great. He is so great. But when I watch those opening possessions, it's like, okay, Horford's crashing down on Curry. Smart's the defensive player of the year. He also is crashing down on Curry. If Curry's getting into the paint, he's getting double teamed. And then Robert Williams he's playing free safety because he's guarding Draymond Green. You can't let that happen. Like, he's too free. He literally
and Rye, that may be what Steve was talking about, because if you play Bielitsa some of those minutes, now Williams is D'ing him up. Williams can't play that free safety role because you can get Bielitsa further away from the basket, and he's a threat out there. So maybe that is you got here because of Draymond Green. You have to, you danced with the girl that you brought, kind of a thing. I don't believe in jumping off the horse at this point. You know what I mean? I mean, does he have things he needs to work on? Does he have things he needs to address? Yeah, but I think if you do anything too dramatic, I think your team looks at you and your coaching staff as you panicked. Steve, what do you think about that? I mean, do you feel like the players would read it as a panic move if Draymond had a dramatically different role in the series going forward?
I mean, they trust the leadership. They trust Kerr. I mean, Kerr's resume is as good as anybody as a player, and what he's been around with Phil Jackson and Popovich and everything. I mean, Kerr's credibility is, because he's not, a self-promoting coach. But he's really smart, and this is his team. And I definitely believe that all of those guys are going to analyze those assistant coaches. They're going to break everything down, and they're going to turn him into a role player. Because look, to me, the best lineup they have out there is the offensive lineup of Curry, Thompson, Wiggins. They don't play pool with those guys as much, but if you played pool and you played Looney, that is a really difficult.
So one big man, one big instead of two bigs.
Correct.
Gotcha.
And because look, when they have Looney and Green in there, it puts a lot of pressure on Steph and create a shot. Yeah. And the guys off the bench that are effective, Porter is effective, Payton is effective. I believe Bielitsa would be effective. And, obviously they've got to give Steph a blow and they're going to rotate, but you still have Green in that rotation. I'm not saying take him completely out. I don't care if you even start him, but you begin.
You're saying be a little bit more strategic with your utilization of him, especially in the second half.
It's what they did in the fourth quarter. It's what they did to win the game.
I wonder, and I brought this up to the fellas, I wonder when we saw the timeout and you saw Joe Lacob and Bob Myers consulting with Steve Kerr, I wonder if that was about Draymond. I don't know. We'll never get the answer. I don't know if anybody asked Kerr in the post game, but I doubt he would address that, and I doubt he would actually reveal what they really were talking about there. But I'd love to know. Because you don't see Kerr. First of all, you don't see NBA coaches talk to the owner during the game very much. I can't think of it. I can't.
Except for Mark Cuban is involved.
Yeah, Mark Cuban, yeah. Or Jerry Jones in a Cowboys game or something like that. Jaguayo 56 donates $5. Says Krueger B-Day start of finals was depressing, but Dub's giving me hope after tonight. It seems like Robert Williams has problems when the Dubs have one big man and not two. What do you think of that? What do you think of that, guys? That he's noticing a difference in Robert Williams when the Warriors have one big man on the floor as opposed to two.
Yeah, because he doesn't have to. He can, when there's two on the floor, he can just sag off and play, as like Ryan was saying, he can just play center field or free safety, and he has to just come in and out of the key every few seconds, and then he doesn't get a defensive, call on him of. Defense. What do they call that? Delay a
three
game
in the key. Three in the key.
What do they call a defensive?
That's a thing that when I rewatched Game 3, I was like, and I don't want to be a B word about it, but I was like, maybe Kerr lets the officials know, like, look, Robert Williams is camping in the paint, like he's not attached to anybody in this game. Yeah.
Yeah,
Interesting comment from Val Ramos, who says that's what I've been saying all along. All shooters except Looney. Let's go Warriors. This is where the challenge. Steve, we talked about this after Game 3. I think this in some ways is Steve Kerr's biggest challenge as a coach, because do they have strength in numbers? Yeah, they do. They have a deep team, a very deep team, but he's got a lot of pieces where, it's not readily apparent should he go to Iguodala? Should he go to Kuminga? Should he go to Moody? Should he go to Bielitsa? How many minutes does he play Gary Payton? How many minutes does he play Jordan Poole? You know what I'm saying? What does he do with Draymond Green? I mean, Steve, I think, has got to sit down with his coaching staff and really organize their thoughts on their rotation and exactly how they want to proceed. Because to me, he's got a lot of choices, which is great in the regular season. But at this juncture, it may be too many choices, and it provides a lot of he's got to make a lot of decisions, and they're not easy decisions because these players they have different strengths and weaknesses, but at the same time, everybody brings something to the table. Some of these guys have rings. Some of these guys, like when you take out a Klay Thompson in a key sequence, you could see Mike Brown came over and said something to him, patted him on the stomach, and kind of kept him going because, Klay's a future Hall of Famer, and he's got rings, and Draymond's the same guy. He's got rings. They've got pride. It's to me, this is the most difficult coaching effort as far as how do you dole out the minutes, who gets those minutes, and can you think clearly with a lot of pressure that's obviously connected to an NBA Finals series. Give me your thoughts on Kerr and just this round versus past editions of the Warriors and how difficult his job is this time.
Well, I think it's because the Celtics are presenting a great challenge. They're a good team, and they. One of the things you always tell, I'm retired now, but I always would tell coaches that teach players to give the team their strengths and hide their weaknesses, because everybody's got strengths and weaknesses. And what you're looking at right now is the team is still coming together. I was listening to the interview with Curry after the game, and he was saying that we're really still not playing as good as we can play. And that means that Draymond's got to just, focus more on what he does best. Okay, fine. When he's in the game and they're not going to guard him, they'll deal with it how they can. That is a problem. And Boston is jamming up the Warriors' offense when Looney and Green are out there and Robert Williams plays off. The only thing they can do then is whoever Robert Williams is guarding, if he's sitting in the key, then they bring that person up and set the high screen for Curry, and then somebody's sagging off. But what they're doing is they're running Horford at him. When they have both those guys in there, they're leaving Robert Williams down low, and he can go in and out of the key. He doesn't have to guard anybody. He just can't sit in the key for 3 seconds. So he's stepping in, he's stepping out, and Horford's coming up on that screen. But I really think that this championship is going to be a great accomplishment for everything they've been through the last 3 years, everything Klay Thompson's been through, everything, the injuries to Curry. This is their moment, and they have to, they've got to shed whatever egos they've got. And you could really see their offense. They all know get it to Curry. It was a great play by Payton when he got that rebound, and then he
yes.
dribbled,
yes.
corner, and then he tried to set the screen, and then a pump fake. Williams flies by, Curry makes a shot. They all know that Curry's going to keep moving, and that they want to find him. Poole presents a problem for Boston because they really don't. They
can't stay in front of him. He can beat them like to the rim at will. If he plays under control, he could be the key to the rest of the series.
Well, both him and Wiggins. I remember I told you the other night, I said I think Wiggins will be the key going the rest of the way. The other thing they did tonight, okay, in Game 3, their defense was extended. They were pressuring, so they were really and they were getting driven to the rim constantly. Tonight, they backed off some. If you notice, they forced Boston to take more perimeter shots. The next thing they've got to take away is the same thing that Jeff Van Gundy kept bringing up. Tatum and Brown are dominant right-hand players, and they will try everything they can to get to their right hand. And then really the Warriors don't really have anybody that once those guys get going downhill, going to their right hand, those guys are going to get to the rim. And now you got to help. And then there's Robert Williams there to tip it back in and get the offensive boards. The rebounds that they are going to get in this series are going to be gang rebounds. They don't have anybody that's just clearing boards. It's all gang rebound. It's tipping it. And now, Curry gets it, or, somebody gets it on the second tip. But they've got to make Boston beat them from the outside, and they've got to be able to force both Brown and Tatum to go left more because they're not as effective.
Yeah,
and if they do that,
yep.
I think that Boston will have a harder time scoring. Because once those guys break everything down going right, now Horford's open in the corner, now White's open in the corner, now Smart's getting offensive rebounds, they break them down. And that's the times that they've beaten them. But, tonight, as much as the Warriors played pretty well, okay, let's remember, it still took an unbelievably historical effort by Curry to win on the road. So Boston is, in my opinion, is not going to, it's not going to be an easy out on these guys.
So what would you do after game 2? It's like the Warriors changed what they were doing in game 2 to be effective, and they switched things up. They changed their defense, and Boston took it to them pretty bad. Like you said, drove on them. Now they revert back to a different defense. They sagged a little bit more, made Boston shoot over the top to beat them. What do you do in game 5? Do you stick with the game plan that won you tonight's game and play the same D, or do you do another adjustment and change something up that Boston maybe hasn't seen?
Well, to me, in game 3, when they came out and pressured more, it was because they forced a lot of turnovers in game 2, and they thought, okay, we can keep doing this. But they didn't turn it over as much, and they got to the rim, and they obviously defeated them soundly. I think you've got to just if they're making shots, okay, then you may have to make your adjustments, but make them beat you from the perimeter before you allow them to break you down as much. Look, at this point, they're not going to make a lot of major changes. They didn't even really practice in between games, yesterday. They had, some guys shooting around and this and that.
Right.
When it's this point of the season, it's all film and it's all strategy and it's adjustments. These guys, the most important thing they can do after a game is to physically recover. And so, now when they come back, they probably, I'm sure, will have, meetings and practices this entire weekend. I mean, their entire focus is to try to win this championship, but they're not going to make dramatic adjustments. The biggest adjustment they have to deal with is what are they going to do with Green, and how are they going to play him, and can they get him to, do the little things better. He got that offensive dunk. He went, somebody drove in and he got it and dunked it. That's what he has to be doing. He needs to attack the offensive glass. He's standing around too much. I watched it tonight, and and believe me, the Kerr and his entire staff, they break down each possession on offense and defense over and over. They analyze it. They know exactly what's going on. So, like I said, publicly they're saying he's a champion. He's this. He's our winner. He's got 3 rings. But behind the scenes, and I think they have the same situation with Thompson, who, because he came back and he's anxious, wants to be successful, they've got to find, Larry made the point. Thompson makes shots when his feet are set. He does not, like he did before. I mean, I know he can get hot, but there's too much at risk right now to have him just firing away. He needs to have his feet set and ready to catch the ball and shoot. And he did that, and he made 2 or 3 big shots in the second half.
He did, Steve.
Yeah.
One other thing I was going to say about Clay is that I think they found something here in Game 4 with Clay. The comment you just made, one, when he sets his feet on the threes, he's, that shot's down. I mean, it's down. When he doesn't set his feet on those threes, the shot isn't down. It seems almost consistent. Like when he really holds it, like if you can force him to hold it after he catches it, he's actually better on the reload than he is if he just catches it and shoots it, because he's rushing it at on the threes. But what we got in this game was where I think Clay can just really be their go-to guy to the finish line, in addition to Steph in these last 2 or potentially 3 games, is I want to see Golden State go to Clay either on the box or at the elbow and let him operate and shoot some twos, some makeable twos where he squares the shoulders. I realize he's a great 3-point shooter, but he's also a 90% foul shooter. So if he gets fouled, he's going to the line and he's making those free throws. And I just think he is, like, the way they went to Sean Livingston in the intermediate range on the box or anything face up inside like 10, 12 feet, they would go to him in their championship years when they absolutely had to have a bucket, and he would put that shot down. I think Clay, if he buys into it and he takes those high percentage twos, I think he's even better than Livingston at it. And I think they could ride that home. He's made a few of these shots, but he doesn't take them in volume, and they don't seem like they really work for that shot. But there's plenty of times in a basketball game where you just need a 2. You got to score this time down. And I'd like to see them try to feature him in the 2-point range, especially in the second half of close games, because I think the purity on his shot in the 2-point on these short twos or intermediate twos, that's what you got to lean on. He's such a pure shooter, and they're going to be all over Curry. Curry's going to need help in these games ahead, and I think it's Thompson in the short range. Give me your thought on that.
I mean, he made that shot with about 4 minutes to go in the game. He was, that turnaround jump shot from about 8 to 12 feet, that fadeaway shot. And that's probably what you're talking about, was that, everybody was extended out. They got him the ball to where he took a few dribbles. He got into the paint, then he kind of fadeaway jump shot. That was a big 2-point shot that they needed right then. I don't know exactly what the score was, but it was either to tie the game or to take the lead. And I agree with you. He does have a good mid-range game. Look, we know that, Clay has gotten older, and what he's gone through with those 2 injuries. We all know he's a little bit not quite the same. And for him, as a great athlete that's been a champion, it's hard for him to make that adjustment, it seems to me, I would think, and to accept, not a lesser role, but a more, a role that he's not winging it as much, because I think when he's hurrying his shots and he shoots it without getting his feet set, his percentages seem like it's very low.
Well, and Steve, building off what Larry said, I mean, I think, Larry, honestly, I think it's telling the way you just described that, though, is you were like, the way Livingston did that, and, he could be a more successful Livingston. I think that is the prime version of this Klay Thompson right now. Maybe he's better next year. Maybe he's a better defender. Maybe he's a better all-around player. But he is, I mean, I hate to say it, but I think that he is like an A-plus role player right now, as is Draymond Green. And Klay hits big shots, but I mean, I just feel like his game feel is very poor. He dribbles the ball more than he ever has in his entire career. He has head-scratching, dribble turnovers. There's too many possessions where Steph Curry's on the floor and Steph Curry does not even touch the ball when Klay Thompson's on the floor. And I don't know. I mean,
I agree with you,
Look at
Ryan.
this comment. He too much says he's sorry, Danny, but
Go ahead.
he's too much. Writes in the chatter. He says he's only played 30 plus games. He's been gone for 2+ years.
Yeah.
I mean, to ask him to play, Klay Thompson Hall of Fame level after missing 2+ years and playing 30 games, probably a tall ask.
Yeah,
And so you're probably right. Right? Probably better next year. Go ahead,
It
Danny.
feels a little bit like Draymond and Klay are like the 6-year seniors at the frat party, like trying to hang out.
This is what I'm saying.
This is legends, but
this is why what I said
Let me
the other
make a point here.
Hold on, real quick, Steve. My thought is that you got to keep Poole and you got to keep Wiggins, and if win or lose the title, I'm ready to move on from Green if he doesn't because of his contract, and unless Lacob's willing to pay him all. But if he doesn't want to pay him all, I say win or lose, Green goes because Klay is going. Poole will take the spot of Klay, and Klay can be the Livingston and who can still hit a 3 and come in and be a great role player. But you can build around Curry still because Curry still has, in my opinion, another 4 great years left in him.
Okay,
he's a young 34.
My description of their team is this: there no longer is a big 3.
Exactly.
There's a big one. There's a big one.
That's a great point.
Role player, and that's the way they've got to approach their future of the next 2 weeks. Now, after that, in the off season, what they do with their team, who knows? The thought of playing Kuminga right now is too risky, but I believe he's ready to step in, and he can be, what Draymond Green has given them over the last, 8 years, whatever. Kuminga can step into that role because
he's a power forward, though. Don't you look at Kuminga as a big on this team? I mean, he's not doesn't have the skill to play the 3. He's got to play the 4 or the 5, right?
Yeah, pretty much. But, really there aren't many bigs. I mean, you look at Robert Williams, okay, is Looney a legitimate big? Well, he doesn't play with his back to the basket.
Both the guys you just mentioned were 6'9". Like,
I know, but nobody plays. Nobody throws into the ball into the post anymore, and with their back to the basket. The game is completely about 4 perimeter players facing the basket, dribbling and moving. And post players are now guys that they move from the short baseline and they run the short baseline back and forth, looking to get a lob or a bounce pass when guys break the defense down off the dribble. So the game has completely changed. So Kuminga will be a high flyer. He'll shoot it better. I mean, he's got unbelievable explosiveness, and I think it was a great steal. Also, I think the player they got from Arkansas,
Moody.
Moses Moody, or Moses Modi, according to Perk.
Yeah, and I mean, those were 2 great draft picks, and Poole is a great draft pick. Gary Payton is a great story about where he is now, and he's legitimate. Their future is good. Their future is really good, and Thompson probably has, in my opinion, a little more wear on the tire than Draymond does. But Draymond will be hard to get rid of because of his contract. I don't think other teams want to take his contract on. He's almost become.
And you're gonna miss him, man. You're gonna miss him. I'm not getting rid of Draymond Green. I'm not. You're gonna miss him. You're gonna miss him too much, I think. Let me ask you one question though about Klay, because you kind of jogged a thought. One of the interesting things that I've seen with Klay Thompson is that even though he's had an Achilles, even though he's had the ACL, even though he's missed 2 years, and he still has success, believe it or not, beating guys off the dribble. Then he'll get into the lane, and he doesn't go up strong. He dribbles through the lane, and sometimes Robert Williams has been on him, but I mean, you're 6'7". You can jump up and jam. I would like to see when he beats his guy into the lane, instead of going through the lane and searching for a 3-point shooter, jump stop and jam, or jump stop, a head fake, get Williams up, and then jam. You can always, if you can't make that play right there, or if he doesn't go for your head fake, at that point, you can go search for a perimeter shooter. But it's so bizarre to me watching Klay Thompson beat his man off the dribble, get a two-step head start on him. The defender's in a trail position. Yeah, is Williams lurking? Yeah, he's lurking. But Klay will dribble all around the bucket and not, either reverse layup it up or, try to jam it and see if Williams will foul you. I mean, he's a 6'7" player. He dribbles around the lane like he's a 6'2" player, like he couldn't possibly jump off of 2 feet and finish. I want to see him finish there more than kick it to a three. That seems like it's a modern NBA thing. You never would have seen that in the 80s. Now you see it constantly, and I get it if you're 6'2", 6'3", or under that, but if you're a 6'7" player, go up strong. Take it to the rim. Try to dunk it. See if you get fouled. I don't know. Well, what do you think, Steve? It's bizarre to watch to me. It's like you go from low percentage, you put it on the deck, suddenly you got a high percentage look, but you're passing that look up looking for a three-point shooter. I mean, it works at times, but it just seems like you're passing up a high percentage shot.
Well, wasn't the very first game he came back and right in the first couple minutes that he drove down and dunked on somebody? Remember
exactly. That? Yeah. Let's see more of that.
It's the team. I think it's the team. This is a special team. I mean, I feel like, and not to step on you, Steve, I'm sorry, but I mean, I thought that a turning point in the game, honestly, was when Jordan Poole, who's been phenomenal at getting to the cup just because of his quickness and all that, he got into Robert Williams today. That drive where he just went hard, went right into Williams' body, completely unafraid, and then finished the basket. That was huge. And I'm not seeing that from anybody besides Wiggins, Steph, Poole.
Yes. Steph had that beautiful high off the glass over Williams. That's not an easy shot at all. I mean, that's the degree of difficulty of throwing that up that high was not many players can do that.
Well, and my question for everybody here is, like, what were your favorite lineups tonight? Because I wrote down a few. I really liked Curry, Klay, Wiggins, Porter, Looney. I liked that lineup. I liked Curry, Poole, GP2, Wiggins, Looney. I liked Curry, GP2, Wiggins, Draymond, Looney. I liked Poole, GP2, Wiggins, Draymond, Looney.
Wait a minute. You like the Draymond and Looney together?
If Wiggins and GP2, and I'm just, if Poole is the one offensive guy, if Poole's going to survive, he needs to be surrounded by defensive players that are athletic. So it's like, if Poole's going to be out there, I want him to be out there with GP2, Wiggins, Draymond, Looney. But I mean, I think that I'll
tell you the one I'd like to see, and I don't know if we saw it, but I'd like to see Curry, Wiggins, Thompson, Bielitsa, and Payton. Where you've got Bielitsa's a shooter, Thompson's a shooter, Curry's a shooter, Wiggins is a shooter, and Payton is your inside guy. You know what I mean? So where everybody's Payton, a shooter.
Bielitsa, and Wiggins.
Payton and Bielitsa, and then Thompson, Curry, Wiggins together. I'd like to see that group.
Yeah, I mean, Payton's so damn quick. When Payton was in the third / fourth quarter, like, Mark Jackson, Jeff Van Gundy, they were like, they were just trying to commentate the game, and like they were talking about switches and like, oh, you gotta. Payton was.
What was his plus minus tonight? GP2's plus minus.
GP2's plus minus was plus 5. Actually, I don't have it in front of me. Let me see. Let me check the box here.
I think it was minus 2.
Would you say minus 2?
Yeah, I think, but it was just because he wasn't in that.
Yeah, minus one. Oh, for Poole or Payton? Payton was minus 1. Poole was plus 2.
Yeah.
Looney, by the way, was a Warrior best plus 21. And Wiggins, who was freaking awesome tonight, was plus 20. And to me, guys, this was the best we've ever seen of Wiggins. Wiggins, he could have made a few more shots. He was 7 of 17, but 16 rebounds and 13 on the defensive glass. Think about this. Steph Curry and Andrew Wiggins combined for 21 defensive rebounds. That is a shitload.
You know what is this was really the big point I was trying to make once all of you guys gave your best lineups is I gave out 4 lineups. All of them included Wiggins. I gave 3
and Curry.
One
Wiggins
Poole.
and
No.
Curry.
There was one lineup with just Poole. But
okay.
I mean obviously Curry's the most important player, but
Rice says bench Curry. No.
I had to put Wiggins in all of them, and guess what? Wiggins was a game high 43 minutes. Like he was indispensable out there, indispensable. 14. How many offensive rebounds did he have?
How many for Curry?
No, for
Wiggins,
only 3. But who cares?
3 on the offensive glass, 13 on the defensive glass. But the defensive glass. Golden State was 39-31. They were plus 8 on that defensive glass. That was huge. That was absolutely huge. I mean, you got to clear the defensive glass. Looney had 7, Curry had 8, Wiggins had 13. Everybody else had 4 or less. I mean, that's where Draymond Green, I think what Steve was talking about before, Draymond Green is a guy who owns the defensive glass. He had 4 tonight. So, he's got to get back to owning that defensive glass. Then it was pretty clear Golden State wanted to get out and run in this game because they pushed the pace really early. But it wound up being 14-8 fast break points in favor of Boston. So Golden State really did not get those points in transition that we were hoping that you could see was part of their game plan right out of the chute, was get points in transition. They couldn't do it most of the night.
I mean, at the beginning, yes, 100%. Like they were out and running, and it was their best offense. I will say there was another thing I wrote down. I think it was the first quarter where it was like Draymond Green's like first like kind of aggressive drive to the basket against Rob Williams, and it was one of those things where the announcers brought it up about how Draymond was not happy and Kerr wasn't happy about it. There was no foul there. And you know what? Draymond did not get back on defense because he was complaining. Jaylen Brown hit a 3. So
I'll tell you that if I was Boston, the one thing that would bother me if I'm watching this film again is how many times they had Tatum on Curry in the half court and the ball didn't cycle to Tatum. Tatum is a 6'10" player who can put it on the deck and go to the rim. He can finish over Curry. He can draw fouls on Curry. And there were times where Curry was matched up on him in the half court, and Tatum, the ball didn't swing to Tatum. So, to me, if you really want to help slow down Curry on the offensive end, the number one thing you have to do going forward is make Steph Curry work harder on the defensive end. And I thought Boston blew that tonight.
Yeah,
I think
I would say that they kept trying to do the pick and roll and get Curry in guarding Tatum, but the Warriors were quickly shifting out of that and getting someone else back on Tatum. It looked like that was, but there was a few occasions that they did. But the times they had it, I noticed that Curry, he was further out beyond the 3-point line or closer to the line. So they didn't get Curry and Tatum down low too much tonight, which was,
By the way, people are making it Jaime Contreras or Jamie Contreras. Sorry, Jamie, because I don't know, or Jaime, which way your name is pronounced. But he says Draymond saying the pod is an obligation. Enough about the podcast. My God, who cares? So he goes into a room and talks for a few hours. I don't care. My goodness. Somebody in here said Rodman went to Vegas in the middle of the finals and was hooking up with, Carmen Electra. And you're worried about Draymond doing a podcast? My goodness. Who cares if he does the podcast? It's amazing how many people reference that.
Layer. You're not understanding. We should be saying, oh my God, it is insane that Draymond is doing a podcast. It is so much work.
Yeah.
Think about how much work it is to do a podcast.
I mean, the fact that this guy does a podcast, I don't even care if he plays at all. I mean, just doing the podcast is enough of a contribution. I mean, it's an enormous effort to do a podcast.
as far
And
as I'm
anybody who
going,
does a
he's
podcast should be
final
honored
Yep.
and respected.
Yep. So,
So what's your so I heard your guys' lineups, and I'm in agreement with you, and I think Steve kind of shared earlier what he thought was one of their best lineups. I think we all agree. Steve, what was your lineup again? You wanted to see out there more?
Well, I thought it was a more offensive lineup with Curry, Thompson, Poole, Wiggins, and Looney. And I think that there's obviously there's pressure on them to then, I think it's not a bad defensive team in terms of stopping penetration. That team has got to rebound, and Wiggins did tonight. And then if that happens, then you're looking at Thompson also becoming a rebound, and they almost got a gang rebound. And if you really look at the Warriors tonight, they did gang rebound because
55 to 42.
Williams, he was getting his hands on everything. Tatum was getting his hands. There was no clean rebounds by the Warriors unless they were long rebounds out towards the corner or the wing, and they'd pick them up and go. But anything around the rim, they're having a hard time, just completely clearing. And
Steve, not just the rim. I think you're totally right about they're having problems at the rim, but they're also having problems on the long rebounds as far as quickness, beating the Celtics to the loose balls. I think when I watch Boston, they've got a size advantage with Williams and Horford, but the real disadvantage is that they're quicker to the kind of the long rebound. Brown and Tatum. The Warriors look like they're getting beat in both directions, and that's what's kind of discouraging.
Yeah, I saw it a couple times with Thompson.
If you guys look at, if you guys look, and that's an excellent point, Larry, because Smart, great hustle. White is hustling. Brown is hustling. I mean, the other Williams is hustling. Anybody that they're putting on the floor, and that was the staple of how Draymond Green played. And that was the staple of, because Boston is playing, even Horford, they're playing much more aggressively. They're quicker to loose balls. And, the Warriors tonight, they made some big shots. Obviously, we can go over and over again what Steph did. But in all the little things in this series, to me, I'm seeing Boston 70 to 75% of the time out hustling the Warriors. They're quicker to the ball, they're quicker to rebounds, and they're playing with an aggression that they're making the Warriors look like a finesse team. And that's where, players like Peyton and even Porter, and if you can get Green focused, I mean, Ryan brought up the excellent point where he doesn't get back on defense. They can't afford for him to give up baskets because he wants to hang around and not get back and yell at an official or whatever. They can't afford that. And those little things are negatives, and those are weaknesses. And like I said, you tell players, give the team your strength and hide your weaknesses. And I can tell you on the plane ride and when they get back and the team starts, they're going to talk to everybody about hiding your weaknesses and give this team their strengths if they're going to beat Boston. Because Boston, those players don't expose their weaknesses that much. They really don't. You think about it. Tell me anybody on Boston right now where you can say that these players are consistently exposing their weaknesses. I think they're doing a great job at hiding their weaknesses and playing to their potential. And that's why this series is going to be a tough one.
Well, here's another thought that I have with home. When you're home, they always say that role players shoot better, play better at home in the finals. Could we see some minutes from a Damian Lee for some hustle? There's a guy that will hustle his ass off going for loose balls and playing hard defense for a few minutes and can hit the three. And especially at home, he's hit some key threes. I mean, we haven't seen much of him, but you got to have guys that can go in and get that loose balls. And I mean, you don't see that much with Clay. And I really don't think you're going to want to see Steph diving for loose balls anymore. So Peyton is going to do it, but you know, the Warriors seem older and more flat-footed. I saw many rebounds that came off, long rebounds that Boston would get because the Warriors were not moving their feet. They were just kind of standing still, waiting for the ball to come out instead of being in a position to move to the ball.
I only saw that with Draymond on the floor, and I hate to say it, but
No, it's there with you know, Dan is right that there aren't. Look, that's why Peyton needs more minutes.
yes.
Peyton is everywhere. His hands are everywhere. He makes when he closes out. There's a saying that when you close out, you know, when players either have hard hands or they have soft hands as defenders. I used to have players that every time they closed out on the shooter, the guy made the shot because they didn't bother him. They didn't, you know. But you watch Peyton when he closes out. Guys don't make shots when he closes out, and that's how Green used to be. Now I'd like to see, you know what I'm saying? And I still think Green can be. I'm not saying that Green is like, you know, off the books. He's no good. Green could, like Larry said, he could really turn it around. I think he just has to change his focus. He's not the player he used to be. But to me, I think the money and the championships and all this other stuff, you go back to when he was, you know, guarding LeBron and he was in all those series against Cleveland. He was a purist. Everybody looked at him as this is the purest hustle guy going. And now he's negotiating with officials all the time, trying to, you know, chew on some guy's ear on Tatum or Brown. He's not focused on playing the game like he's supposed to do it. Can he do it? I'm telling you, over this weekend, I'm sure that the staff and the players are telling him, look, let's get it on the right track. Forget all the crap. Because if he doesn't, they're not going to want him in their organization. If he does not finish these next 2-3 games with a great effort and stay focused on what he's supposed to stay focused on, he's going to, and if they lose because of some of his lack of effort on things, it's not going to be a good situation. He needs to just focus on playing great basketball.
And you know, if I'm Draymond, I mean, I think he's a guy that's accountable. I think he's a guy that will call himself out. I think he's got to know that if he has a monster performance in, you know, game 5 or 6 or 7 or some combination thereof, nobody's gonna care about the early struggles. He's got an opportunity to erase the bad play of the first 4 games of this series by playing, you know, his best game, and he can still carry this team and help carry this team to a final. So I think he has it in perspective. Steve, let me ask you and the fellas here one key question. We kind of threw this out earlier in one of our previous shows, but after watching, you know, Looney and Porter and GP2 tonight, those guys are all free agents at the end of the year. Steve, who's the most important guy to re-sign out of those 3 guys? Looney, GP2, or Otto?
Well, I don't think Porter is. I think there's a lot of players like Porter in the league.
Agreed.
And I respect Porter. Okay. I think you've got to keep Peyton, and I think that Looney's important. I mean, who do you have waiting to replace Looney? I mean, is it Weissman? I hear Weissman is still a big question, and whether or not he's ever going to have, you know, the work ethic and on and on and on. Who knows? I mean, the few times that I've seen Weissman, he's phenomenal. The one game I saw him play that they had him at, when he played for Penny Hardaway at the University of Memphis, he was phenomenal. And I do believe that if he becomes a professional, then maybe he steps in for Looney and he's not costing as much because he's still on the the first round 3-year guaranteed contract. So a lot of it will depend in the offseason how Weissman develops. And but you know, Looney to me has been a huge part of their success. He and Peyton are the kind of guys that, you know, they make teams successful. They're the glue. They're the unselfish guys. They do all the dirty work. And so of those guys, I would probably put Peyton as the first guy. I think he's really important because he can kind of play the 1-2-3. He's undersized as a 3, but the way the game's played right now, you can play with 3 guards out there. I would say Looney next, and then and then Porter. Like I said, he's.
What was that?
Can we lose Steve? Steve's phone. I think we might have lost Steve.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. We lost something happened there. What was we heard some weird beep there.
Yeah, it sounded like Siri, possibly. Not sure.
We there?
Go ahead, Steve. Finish your thought if you want to finish your thought there.
Well, one more thing. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. I think Wiggins is really important.
Yes.
So, Wiggins, he is going to step in where the role of Iguodala played years ago. He's going to step in where Clay declines. I think that Wiggins is if they, he has found his nirvana with the Warriors. I mean, he was in bad organizations. He had bad role models around him, whether it was Minnesota and this and that, and he's been traded around. And he doesn't seem like he's a really strong, assertive guy, and he needs the leaders around him. But he's really blossomed, and I'm hopeful that they can win the championship and that he plays really well. And fine, if you got to pay him, you got to pay him. I think he is a star in the league.
Let's go 5 more minutes with Steve Coccimiglio, and then we'll let Steve get on with the rest of his night. And if you're saying, who's Steve Coccimiglio? Steve coached college basketball at DVC, and that's why he's got such a great depth of knowledge when it comes to Warrior basketball. We have a comment in the chat from Nicholas Perkins. The great Nicholas Perkins says, Steph Curry putting up numbers tonight. Need the rest of the team to step up, though the rest of the series. Love the show. Nick, thanks for listening. Let's talk about Steph Curry, Steve, because you've seen a lot of great players, but this guy's not just a great player. He's an all-around person. He's a great person. They were interviewing him after the game, talking about one of the greatest performances in finals history from during this Warrior run, for sure, by Steph Curry tonight. And the very first thing he says is he starts talking about his teammates. He starts, deflects about himself and immediately, goes to his teammates. And it's just, this guy is such a Hall of Fame basketball player, such an incredible shooter. But he, the fact of the matter is he's a Hall of Fame person. And when Larry Riley and Don Nelson, basically when Del Curry and Steph said, you know what, he's not working out for you, don't draft him, he'd rather go to the Knicks. They easily could have been pushed around like previous regimes were by, the representatives for T-Mac or Kobe. And instead they wound up with a Donald Foyle and Todd Fuller. But they weren't. This was the most important moment in the history of the franchise when they said, you know what, I don't give a crap if he's not working out for us. If he's there when we pick at 7, we're taking him. And then David Kahn bailed them out by taking Johnny Flynn and Ricky Rubio before Steph Curry and leaving Steph on the board for Golden State. But talk a little bit about Curry, the person, Steve, because I think that matters so much. He's not just the leader and the most talented player on the floor. Tonight was the defense was intense, and Clay wasn't doing it, and Dre wasn't doing it, and Moody's not ready, and Kuminga's not ready, and Steph had to basically say, guys, get on my back, I'm carrying this thing, and he did it in that cauldron of hate in Boston's Garden in front of those rabid fans who were ready to see Boston go up 3-1. I think this is in some ways one of the greatest performances I've ever seen from Steph Curry when you factor in the setting, the pressure, what was going on around Steph Curry.
The foot injury.
The injury, yeah. I mean, Danny, I didn't even factor in the injury, Danny. That's a great comment. where do you put Steph Curry and this performance with the greatest performances we've ever seen in our lifetime? I mean, I wasn't there for Willis Reed coming out of the tunnel in the early 70s, but I remember Magic tipping center in 80 against Caldwell Jones and the Sixers in the Spectrum when Kareem wasn't there, and going for 42, 13, and 7 or whatever it was, and carrying the Lakers. Where do you, after watching the performance we saw tonight from Curry, where do you put this performance with his greatest performances? Where do you put this performance with the great performances we've seen in our lifetime in the finals?
Well, this era of the 3-point line, is a different era. And he obviously is a master of the 3-point line. And the shots that he made tonight were incredible. Just incredible. His quick release. Sometimes he was going to his left and guys were draped all over him. But if they win the championship, there's no doubt that this game 4 will go down historically in NBA history as one of the great games. It'll go back and compare with things that we saw with the Lakers and Magic and Larry Bird and Michael Jordan, and hitting that shot that he hit,
against Utah.
Up at Utah when he hit that shot. And there's no doubt that they will play highlights of these shots in this game. And what you're seeing to me is, Steph is a late bloomer physically. And at his age right now, how old is he? 33, 34?
34.
4. And yet, to me, he's in his prime, where a lot of athletes would be.
He said he was in his prime yesterday. He said he came out and said, "I'm in my prime." He thinks he believes that.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of it's because he is a late bloomer. If you look at him physically when he came out of Davidson, and even his early years with the Warriors, and he struggled with his ankles, and he had ankle surgeries, and it looked like he might not even ever really have much of a career at all. His determination and his work ethic, I can tell you, I know personally that his work ethic is unmatched. And
you've seen him work out, right? You've been to his workouts?
I have been to. I haven't been to his workouts recently, but a close friend of mine works with with Brandon Payne, and he now works with Steph. And I'm in touch with him. He's a coach also, and he tells me all the time that he's witnessing history whenever, like, he works with him in the off season. They travel when he's doing commercials, and he basically, he's a close friend of mine. He coached the women at Diablo Valley College for 10 years when I was there, and he's now the head coach at Laney, Ramondo Vaughn. And I'm close friends with Ramondo, and he tells me the things that he witnesses are unbelievable. And a lot of other players, sometimes during the summer, other guys like Trey Young and other guys come in and work out, and they are blown away by Steph's workouts and his competitiveness, even in the workouts. And when they have shooting competition or they do anything, this athlete is unique, and he is self-driven, self-motivated. I'm not going to say he's self-made because he has great hand-eye coordination, but he is getting the most out of what he has. I think he's got more years to go. And the greatest thing that he's done is what Steve Kerr said tonight in the interview when I was watching before I got on with you guys, is his strength. You don't really see it, but he has so much improved his strength. And my friend has told me in the workouts, the things that he does with 100-pound dumbbells and the curls, 100-pound. Now, this is like, if you look at him and you think 100-pound dumbbells, you think there's no way. But he has worked himself to a point where now, when he takes those shots and with the flick of the wrist, his balance, his core, everything, he's unique. And then, Larry, you brought up his integrity, his class, his selflessness. And I think a lot of it is a reflection of his faith and, his commitment to his family, to his wife, to his children. And all those are things that, are private to him, but you can tell that he's sincere. And, the Bay Area has had great, great athletes, and I've been around, a little older than my brother Dan, and I saw Willie Mays play, and in the 60s. The first baseball game I went to, Larry, you'll make it, my other brother and I went to. My father had passed away at a young age, and one of his friends took us to a game in August in 1965. It was the game when Marichal hit Roseboro over the head with the bat.
You were at that game?
I was at that game.
Wow. That's Giants Dodgers lore on this Friday night, by the way. That's incredible.
It was unbelievable. And I watched Willie Mays during the 66, 67. I used to go out to Candlestick before they enclosed the place, and you could sit in the right field bleachers for 90 cents and, the whole deal. And I saw Willie Mays. And then, we take a look at the years of the Raiders, with when they had greatness with Ken Stabler, and then of course the 49ers. To me, the Bay Area has been really blessed to have a lot of great athletes, but the two greatest athletes and / leaders and champions and overall class guys, Steph Curry and Buster Posey, because both of those guys have created more than just their championships on the sports. They've created so much with their generosity, the way they've lived their lives, and the way they've given back to the community and people in need. Steph is at the top. And as far as baseball, being a Giants fan, I always thought Buster Posey is just a first ballot Hall of Fame class guy. And Steph, I'm hoping that they win this championship. I was talking to my friend, and he's very close to Steph. And he said that Steph is absolutely driven. And you saw that tonight. I mean, it was unbelievable. And I'm really hoping that they do win. And I'm hoping for Steph and the players, all the other players. But this would be really special for Steph. So anyhow, I'll sign off and let you guys
Steve,
go.
Before you jet, Felipe Martins in the chat throws a question out here, and I got to get your thoughts on this, because you were a coach and you see the coaching profession clearer than we do. We're either fans or media, whatever you want to group us as. Felipe Martin says, I'm a Kerr hater because I think maybe we could be doing better if we got a bit more traditional with our approach and didn't rely so much on his offense, which relies on passing and movement. He's looking to diminish turnovers. There's no question that ball movement, body movement will lead to turnovers because you're taking chances with the ball and you're moving it around the perimeter. But I think it's a much more enjoyable style to watch. But let's forget that for a second and just get a perspective from a guy who coached. Where are you with Kerr as a coach and the offense that they run? Do you like it? Do you think it's better than your conventional NBA ISO heavy offense? Do you prefer it? Do you admire Kerr? How do you weigh in on Kerr as an NBA head coach and the offense that he runs?
Well, first of all, as an NBA coach and as a person, I have the highest regard for Coach Kerr. And if you look at his resume, and what he's been through in his life when his father was assassinated when he was in college, a young age, and how he's handled that, when his father was a president over the University of Lebanon. And if you take a look at, his influence with Lute Olson, and then as he went through the NBA and he was a part of championship teams, and obviously he was a role player. He was a guy that came off the bench as a guard. He's a good shooter. He wasn't physically dominating, but he was smart. He was tough. He was willing to stick his nose into things, loose balls, but he hit a lot of big shots, and he was part of championship teams with the Bulls. And his relationship with Phil Jackson, his relationship with Tex Winter, with John Bach, and with that whole staff that they have with Chicago. And then you look at Popovich and the staff that he had was a part of, when he was playing with Tim Duncan. This guy has been in modern basketball. He's been at all. And he was, I don't know if he was a general manager with Phoenix or what he was.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He was. Yeah.
And then he's been on the media. He's been on TV doing NBA games in the playoffs. Kerr is brilliant.
Modern day Forrest Gump potentially.
What's that?
Modern day Forrest Gump? Question mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I would look, and here's the thing. You asked me about their offense.
Right.
I mean, everybody's playing the 3-point shot now. I mean, it's at all levels, from AAU to high school to everybody's the spread, the dribble drive. You don't see a lot of traditional offenses. I was an assistant at St. Mary's with Lynn Nance, who played and coached with Tex Winter at the University of Washington in the late 60s. And I learned the triple post, the triangle from him at St. Mary's, and it was successful. We were a great defensive team. We went to the NCAA tournament and played Clemson when they had Dale Davis and Eldon Campbell. We beat Loyola Marymount when they had Hank Gathers and Bo Kimball. I was on that staff. And then all my years at DVC, pretty much I ran a triangle offense, which is a traditional.
Does it work without Jordan? Does it work as well without MJ?
You know what? You got to have players. There's no doubt about it. But when Michael Jordan bought in to the triangle is when the Bulls began to have great success. And it's because he trusted his other teammates and he trusted players. And of course, you know, that offense was designed back in the 50s by Tex Winter. So it is old school basketball. But now, with the 3-point line, with the freedom of movement, and with the fast pace and everybody shooting threes, you have the greatest 3-point shooters of all time in Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. Why would you not want to play that style? And, you know, the offense it's always easy to be critical of a coach after a loss. Okay. But how do you argue with a guy who's been to 6 finals as a coach? And he's done it with, you know, there's no LeBron, there's been no Kobe, there's no Michael Jordan, these physically dominant guys. His offense and the 3-point shooting and the fast-paced style that they have run has been very successful.
And he's great at navigating the season. Let's be honest. In NBA basketball, the X's and O's are a big part of it, but keeping your group together and united from Halloween through the 4th of July is a monumental task in and of itself. And Kerr does it as well as anybody. And I think there's the one thing you see with the Warriors that you don't see with other teams, and I really believe strongly in this. So you watch other teams, there are guys who get banished to the back of the bench and don't play for weeks. But because Steve Kerr was that player, he understands the need to keep everybody going throughout the season. And so if there's a guy with a nick or a bruise, you know, they sit him and they sit their guys liberally and they make sure they play the back of their bench. They don't keep guys mired at the end of the bench. And so I think by the time you roll to April in the playoffs, you got a group of guys that all feel like they've contributed. And I think that's important. I think it's important you don't want factions of guys who are sitting there unhappy at the end of the bench, never playing. He keeps everybody engaged. And over the course of a season that's as long as the NBA, I mean, I'll say this, I've watched a lot of NBA ball. Teams grow together or they grow apart, and there's nothing in between. And there's no way you're going to navigate that long of a season and not either have guys feel better about each other by the end of the year, or, man, there's resentment and guys need to be separated and things go bad. I think we saw it with Phoenix this year at the end. Teams grow together, teams grow apart. Steve Kerr's teams never grow apart. And that, to me, is a huge, huge indication of his quality as a person beyond the X's and O's and beyond his experience. I think he's in some ways the perfect NBA coach.
Absolutely. So, you know, Larry,
go ahead, Danny.
This thing with Felipe's comments, if you want to see an offense ruined and go traditional and watch Steph Curry not be Steph Curry, let James Harden run your offense and dribble until there's 3 seconds left and hoist a 30-footer, or he just drives to the lane. Curry makes this team go, and Klay is the same way. They're constant movement and picks and screens, and Curry running all around the court. If you want to go to a traditional offense, you're not going to see the greatness that we have enjoyed these last 10, 12 years of Curry. I mean, what makes this offense work is Steph Curry and Klay Thompson running around and picks and backdoor cuts. And so traditional offense, I just, to me, watching James Harden play is one of the most boring things I can imagine.
Seriously, it's ISO ball, dribble down. Yeah. Hey, Steve, we're going to let you go. We appreciate your expertise. It's 10 to midnight on a Friday night, so we'll let you go. But hey, let me ask you if you would be kind enough to join us on Monday night for our post-game show for Game 5. I don't know if you got anything going Monday night, but we really do love hearing your perspective, and I enjoy it. I know I get a lot out of it every time. I think the audience gets a lot out of it as well. So if you're around Monday night, man, we'd love to catch you in the post game after hopefully another Warrior victory. And thanks for giving us your perspective and your knowledge and your experience, man. I think you really added a ton to a great night of Bay Area basketball lore. That's really what we got tonight. We got Bay Area basketball lore, maybe one of the greatest games in the history of Steph's Hall of Fame career. Steve, have a great night, and if you can join us Monday, man, you got the open invite, my friend.
Yeah, Larry, I got to say, also for you, Steve, I've just never seen a Coach Emilio just impact post game like this. It's been.
You're easily you're the best Coach Emilio I've ever met. I mean,
hey.
I mean, as far as Coach Emilios go, I mean, there's good, and then there's Steve. I mean, you know what I mean? It's that kind of a thing. Well, actually, wait a second. Danny may have a couple extra tickets tomorrow night. Steve, you're my second favorite. Coach Emilio. Danny may have a couple extra tickets tomorrow night.
I immediately forgot what Buster and okay. You're the faith of Coach Emilios.
Hey, one last thing I want to tell you. Listen,
yes.
You want evidence of how good a coach Kerr is.
Yes.
Look how well he handled the situation when Draymond Green and Kevin Durant got into their spat, and it started to affect the season. And that was something that Steve Kerr did a great job handling them and bringing them all the way to the finals. And that was a problem because Durant was affected by that. And I thought that also you got to give credit to Myers, the general manager. Well, anyhow,
no doubt. Ricky C, by the way, says, is it just me, or can I hear a little bit of Dwayne Kuiper in Steve Coach Emilio's voice? Do you sound a little bit like Krueg and Kuip? Maybe a little Kuip.
High drive!
Out of here. Have a great night, Steve. Thanks again. The great Steve.
Dwayne, Coach Emilio, and Dave Flamu, Coach Emilio.
I can do Kuip. High drive! Left field! That is out of here.
You know what? Just because it's a Friday night and I'm feeling frisky, can we hear the live version of Monster Slam? I mean, we're 2 hours and 50 minutes into the live stream. We haven't heard Monster Slam yet, and I'm sweating a little bit. I need to refill my water.
It's a sweaty day.
It is a sweaty day.
Yeah.
Too much, by the way, says, try keeping Larry on until 2 a.m. How long do you guys want to go tonight? That's the other question. Why don't we do this? Why don't you play the Dan Coach Emilio Monster Slam? Then we'll take a brief timeout. We'll pay our sponsors. We'll come back. We'll talk a little Giants Dodgers. We'll continue the Warrior discussion, and we'll play it by ear. How about that?
Before the Monster Slam, it's been about an hour now, but there was a hilarious comment that somebody said. I can't remember who it was, but it was about Ryan's imaginary girlfriends.
I'm in hot water with my imaginary girlfriend. I'm not joking. So I'm at my dad's right now. Just
right.
Okay.
I mean, size flat whipped. I mean, he's like, I've got 7 minutes. He's like looking over his shoulder. He's just like, size a whipped piece of shit at this point. I mean, come on, let's be honest.
Okay. Well, you want me to tell you how much of not whipped I am?
Okay.
So I haven't seen my girlfriend in like 3 weeks since I moved to San Francisco. She just barted in from the city, and I left her outside the gate. For
Oh, you mean your ex-girlfriend?
45 minutes. I left her. I forgot. I told her I was going to leave her the key.
Where'd you leave her?
I told her I was going to leave her
Outside your apartment? Outside your dad's place?
fully,
Oh.
and just
no.
suitcases and.
Oh my God!
I was probably smelling her, and he's holding up a paw. So anyway, yeah. So yeah. What a pussy, am I right?
Ryan,
Oh, by the way,
tell her to.
Yeah, tell her to relax.
Yeah.
Relax.
That's what I'm saying.
Felipe Martins just became a YouTube member of the Krueg Show. So congratulations to Felipe Martins for being a member of the Krueg Show.
Did he play cornerback for the Giants?
Yeah, exactly. Do we have the Monster Slam? Do we have it at a
We have it.
Yeah, we gotta go Monster
He's
Slam.
drive to the hoop again. He kicks it out to Wiggins. Wiggins drives, goes in for a Monster Slam. Oh, calling an offensive foul. No way.
No way. Great stuff.
Somebody said in the comments, "Where's the Monster Slam T-shirts?" Earlier, that would be.
I
good.
know. We need to
Wiggins
get some-
going up over with a pitcher and then put Monster Slam.
We need a Monster Slam. We need a Krueg Show, and it needs to say Monster Slam on the back. That would be incredible. All right, so why don't we do this? We've been going for almost 3 hours.
I'm
Still,
wide awake.
hundreds of people in the chat. A lot of people want to still comment.
And Giants.
definitely
people
wanna
wanna
keep it
talk
rolling.
Giants too. I've been getting
We
some
haven't
texts from Romo.
talked any Giants Dodgers.
Yeah, I got
Any
some
Giants
text, some private text from Romo. 44. Is that,
Sergio?
Out private.
well, just talking about Junis.
Junis got hurt, right?
Yeah. he's
What
gonna
was the
have to-
injury? Ankle?
leg, something, MRI. Also, Longoria is out tight with a hamstring. What
Mark
Gabe
Graves. Ryan isn't getting any tonight. There you go, Mark Graves.
You know what?
Mark, come on, man. It's a chat. Now we're interrupting the sanctity of the relationship between Ryan and a young lady. That is just wrong on so many levels, but very entertaining.
Yeah,
I mean, let's be honest. So we haven't washed this jersey in weeks, and
Yeah. I heard somebody say the other day, pretty funny. They said, "Your dog loves you much more than your wife or your girlfriend." And he said, "You want to know how? Lock them both in the trunk, and then 45 minutes later, see who's happy to see you."
yeah. Well, I mean, that's pretty much what I did to her. Hey,
And remember, Dan's not a relationship man. He's a financial analyst. All right. So I mean, don't take relationship advice
Hey.
from Danny.
I'm just making a joke,
All
but
right, all right.
never do that to my sweet wife. My sweet wife is I'm so beyond blessed.
Look at Dan trying to win brownie points, but she's not there, right? She's out of town partying.
No, she's over at she's actually in the Philippines.
Yeah.
And,
So she's out of town. You're footloose and fancy free, man. Yeah, you're gonna hit this. You're gonna hit the live stream to about roughly 2 a.m. and then you're hitting cheetahs. I can feel it. You're gonna get a bunch of ones out at 7-Eleven, and you're going down to cheetahs. All right. Everybody can just think about that for a second. Dan Coccimiglio, securemoney.com, going to cheetahs with a lot of ones. But
Ryan says,
you know what?
Ryan said yesterday the Celtics are better than the Warriors. Oh, seriously. Ryan, what was that about?
Hey,
Yeah, you're muted. You're muted. You had to be muted.
he got muted.
He had to be muted.
Yeah, Larry on the controls.
One mute, Ryan. One mute. Ryan. You're back now. You're back. But you had to be muted there.
Yeah, wait, let me explain myself. I think that the Celtics are the better team overall. Still, 100%.
The better team doesn't always win.
Yeah.
The Niners were better than the Ravens. They didn't win the Super Bowl.
But I thought that at the beginning of the series, I thought the Celtics are the better team, younger, more athletic, more mismatches. They have more, lineups they can, switch and whatnot. But I thought the Warriors' experience would make it so that they'd win in 7. However, I thought that
You weren't banking on Steph Curry.
Yeah, I thought even 80% of Steph Curry we'd be over. But Steph Curry, he went from whatever he was to like 117% of Steph Curry. So I was not expecting
Let's just say this about Steph. This is Steph's moment. This is his time.
No, Dan, stop. Because
fight.
No.
Oh, sorry.
What?
I'm
just saying.
Thinking you're going to jinx the finals.
I'm just saying.
I believe in jinxes.
Better than LeBron James has ever played in the finals. And
he's at his peak. What was the talk all year? Oh, Steph's 3 is off. He's shooting under 40%. He's lost it. The dude is hitting close to 50% in the finals from 3.
Okay. Dan, I'm checking back into this discussion, and I'm saying, I'm all jinxes aside, and you know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I jinx everyone.
There's no jinx. You have no power.
You're right. I have no power.
Look at Danny.
I don't either.
But how cool would it be in the year where he's 34 years old? He dropped 50 in the All-Star game, won the Kobe Bryant MVP, won the first ever Magic Johnson Western Conference Finals MVP, and then just dragged this team where there really is no definitive 2, bunch of older guys, and Steph Curry against quote unquote the best defense of the past decade. My God! And if he gets this, what is it?
What is this one called? Is it? They still call it the Larry O'Brien? I think they are.
The Larry O'Brien Trophy. That's the NBA. That's the Finals trophy.
But the Bill Russell Finals MVP.
The Finals MVP is Bill Russell. Yeah,
in Boston. Wouldn't that be cool?
Be awesome.
Oh.
It'd be fantastic. By the way, I don't know. Did you guys see the dirty play of the game? And I hate to say this because I'm a Warrior guy, but Jordan Poole pushing Marcus Smart. I don't know if anybody else caught it now, and the TV didn't give us a close up. But when they did show us the close up, they showed us the push. The push deserved a foul and got a foul during the commercial break. What we didn't see, and if you go back, and this is one of the things I'm going to be looking for, is I'm pretty sure Marcus Smart hit his head hard on the parquet. Now, he stayed in the game, so obviously he's fine. But, I mean, go back and look at that. If anybody else saw that, did anybody else go back and look at that part in the game? If you taped the game, I could have swore that when Smart hit the ground, the back of his head hit back and hit the parquet, like really, really hard. Now, I thought Poole was outstanding tonight outside of his crazy heat check 3. But I think Poole going off, I think Steve made the point. Poole is a mismatch that favors Golden State. Nobody who's guarding Poole can stay in front of Poole. And it's just about him making aggressive, smart basketball plays and no more heat checks. That crazy deep 3 was like I felt like I was watching a November, Thursday night Warrior game, and all of a sudden he's like made 5 in a row, and now he's just hoisting. It's like it's the finals, buddy, And that was a low percentage shot by Poole, and I don't want to see those. But I could have swore that when he pushed Smart, we didn't get a close-up. Smart banged that head hard on the back of the parquet. So the back of his head on the parquet, I should say.
He pushed him that hard. It looked like
No, but he was in midair, and I think his foot clipped something, and he fell awkwardly, and I could have sworn, maybe I'm wrong because I only got a glimpse of it, but it seemed to me that Marcus Smart's head hit that parquet really hard. I don't know if they talked about it at all in the post game.
Hey, can you imagine? You want to go to the break?
Let's do this. Let's go to the commercials. We'll pay off our sponsors, and we'll be back with more. We'll just say that. on the
I'm gonna
Krueg
grab
Show.
a bowl of cereal.
Larry Krueger here for Telmetrics. Thanks to Casey Bateman and the good people at Telmetrics. If you're an occupational therapist, if you're an orthopedic surgeon, a chiropractor, a physical therapist of any kind, Telmetrics is designed for you to use in your practice and will greatly benefit your patients. Telmetrics uses computer vision and artificial intelligence and provides a platform for outpatient rehab therapy services, both in the clinical and the telehealth environments. So using Telmetrics can improve your patient's experience and much more. So for all your sports injury needs, or if you're a physical rehabilitation specialist of any kind, call and make sure you use telmetrics.co, Telmetrix.co. And thanks to Casey Bateman and all the good people at Telmetrics for being a proud sponsor of the Krueg. I'd like to thank our sponsor, Dan Coccimiglio. Dan is a buddy, and he is a phenomenal retirement planning specialist. And you can contact him today at securemoney.com or at his number 925-628-9966. There's a lot of uncertainty in our world right now, and you want to make sure that your money is secure. That is the key. Danny's got 25 years of experience, born and raised right here in the Bay Area, and he can help you get an immediate 10% premium bonus on your principal retirement account. So give him a call, 925-628-9966. He'll make an appointment with you, and you can sit down. It's not a one-size-fits-all kind of a deal. He'll consult with you and come up with a strategy to get you going to where you want to be. Once again, 925-628-9966, securemoney.com on the web. And thanks to Dan Coccimiglio and all the people at Secure Money for being proud sponsors of the Krueg Show. All right, welcome back. And we also have our newest sponsors. And thanks to Tony Cassera and the good people at Cassera's Italian Menswear. They are housing the Krueg Show t-shirts, and they're a proud sponsor of the show as well. The Krueg Show t-shirt, the Krueg Show podcast t-shirt is available there at their store in Dublin. Their address is 7372 San Ramon Road in Dublin, California. And go see Tony Cassera and get yourself a Krueg Show t-shirt and support the show. And special thanks to our sponsor, New York Style Italian Sausage. That's right, NewYorkStyleSausage.com is their website. Phenomenal product, whether it's the breakfast sausage, the Italian mild, the Italian spicy, the chorizo. You cannot go wrong with New York Style Italian Sausage. Once again, NewYorkStyleSausage.com, often imitated, never equaled. And they are a proud sponsor of the Krueg Show. Thanks to them as well. And it would not be a complete Krueg Show if we did not hear from my good friend, Pasquale.
We grew up with a Sunday dinner. That means no matter how busy you were, no matter where the hell you were, you came to dinner on a Sunday night. Yeah, Sunday dinner without sausage, it's like a church without God. You know, how can you go to church if you don't believe in God? You know, and along with the sausage, also became the discussions. That was discussion night. You know, it wasn't a typical family that you sit there and you're quiet, you know, and you don't talk with a mouthful. Oh no, man. Italians talk when they're eating. Italians even talk when they're sleeping. And definitely we talk with our hands. So if we can't express it through our mouth, through our lips, we express it with our hands. So, and that's what sausage is, really. It's an expression, you know, that life is good.
Life is good. Remember that. Remember that. Life is good. 107-97. Warriors beat the Celtics, and we've got a 2-2 NBA Finals going into Monday night's Game 5 at the Chase Center here in San Francisco, or I should say in San Francisco. I'm not in San Francisco. I'm in Walnut Creek.
Hey, can we get Pasquale, instead of eating cereal, get us some sausage for the show, and we can.
What kind of cereal are you working on there? My favorite is Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Well,
I eat a
little healthier than cinnamon.
Cashy, organic cinnamon harvest. Oh, you like the cinnamon though?
Oh,
look at you. You're not afraid.
I know you didn't. I know you personally did not buy that, Dan.
Is it dry?
I did.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Is it dry or is there milk in there?
Oh, there's milk.
Oh, you need milk. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
I don't know. That's too much milk.
Yeah, we don't need that much. I mean, you're killing us now.
And it's almond milk too.
Why is Ryan still here? What does that mean? Oh, that's right, because they're your old lady is now where, Ryan? Is she there with you, or is she
growing old? My old lady.
Yeah, she's not too happy though.
I ordered a pretty fire Grubhub order.
Where'd you go? Where'd you get?
Okay, so
what's the best late night eatery in the Bay? Seriously, we got nothing. We got literally nothing. It's a major metro area. I mean, it's not like it's 4 o'clock in the morning. It's midnight.
I agree that Dan is pretty metro, but yes. Okay, so there's a place in Lafayette, because Lafayette, admittedly, it closes pretty early, but there's a place which I only saw in LA before.
That.
Oh, no.
Nick J says, I have Wendy's coming. Baconator time. But anyway, there's this place, and it's confusing if you've never been there before, or to a place like this before, but there's 5 different restaurants within one restaurant. And where is it?
It's in Lafayette, and it's
the sidewalk rolls up in Lafayette at 8.
No, I know, but this one's up until 12. But do you know about the Melt, the grilled cheese place that does all the grilled cheese and macaroni?
Mel's Diner? You talking about Mel's on Lombard?
No, Mel's Diner's
Melt.
Open. That's pretty good.
Melt. Oh, Melt, like the Melt.
Yeah.
The restaurant with orange,
exactly.
The orange design.
Anyway, it's called Local Kitchens. So I feel like you fellas could probably know. Do you know about what is this? Senior Sisig?
Yeah, so you kidding me? That's they've got the awesome truck. Tommy T and Rod Brooks turned me out of that place, and I went there one time, and I was like, "Fuck, this is awesome!"
Yeah,
where is it?
5-2. It's a 5-2 lead. Brian now leads.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. It's we're all sleeping. So the Melt, we're 1 for 1. Also, what is it? What was it called? Senior Sisig, 2 for 2.
Really good place. They got a great truck that used to park in front on Broadway Street in the city.
Do you know about Proposition Chicken?
No, is that good?
I have no idea, but we're gonna take 2 for 3. What about
whatchamacallit's closed, right? Chick-fil-A's closed.
Chick-fil-A's closed. Do you know about
Chick-fil-A closed? Midnight?
10.
In-N-Out's open.
Yeah, that's true. But do you know about
In-N-Out is open at midnight?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they're up until 1 or 2, depending on the location.
Oh, and they've got, if you go there right now over one on Pleasant Hill right there by DVC, it's packed. There's probably 50 cars in line right now.
Oh, it's a banger. Okay, Curry Up Now.
What's it called?
Curry Up Now.
You can shut up. You're making that up.
No, for real.
Curry Up.
I think you're pulling our leg.
Curry Up Now.
Where's that at? Where's that?
Yeah. Also, Lafayette, Orin's Hummus, something the plant. I've never looked at it. Wise Sons. It's bagels and
at midnight. It's midnight. What are you craving? Give me some bagels. Bagels.
Humphrey.
Order pizza.
Ice cream. Okay. Anyway,
what pizza? If you wanted to order pizza, what pizza could you get?
No pizza. I'm next to Pizza Antico, which is not the worst, but it is 5 seconds for me.
How about Nations? You're by Nations right there in Orinda?
I could probably hit the Nations in Orinda.
Nations is pretty damn good.
But my overall point was all those things I just listed, of which you recognize 2.
Yeah.
Those all are at one location that used to be a Philly cheesesteak place, and it is now one location. You just place an order, and there's 6 different restaurants. And somehow
food mall.
Did
you get your old lady to make a food run, or are you gonna go?
Uber Eats?
No,
Uber Eats,
you know what? I implied it heavily that she should go pick it up.
You know, it'd be great. Did you go big eyes? It'd be great. When I used to have little kids, I'd always, I could sell anything with big eyes. Just be like, hey, how about a nap? Are we ready for a nap?
You picked it up,
and then it's as long as you go big eyes, you can sell anything to a kid.
Can I show
How
you guys
about some
something
broccoli?
On the TV here?
What do you got?
I'm just they're rerunning the Giants game, and they had three. It looked like 3 Niners throughout the first pitch tonight.
Well, if you were at the Giants game, what Niners threw out the first pitch tonight?
Well, I thought Warner did, but none of them.
Fred?
Is that
somebody in the chat will have that for us? I'm sure. If you're in the chat and you were at the Giant game tonight, Nick chases Krueg. That was creepy, dude. Thanks, Nick. I appreciate it. I'll be creepy all night.
I just got a text that says, "Hi, I'm your Dasher. I'm outside the building."
Okay,
I'll be back. 2 minutes.
Hey,
leave him out there for 45 minutes like you did your girlfriend.
Yeah,
wait a second. Can we discuss a tip? What's a proper tip here? 20%?
Oh,
what's the bill? How much is it?
I mean, I don't remember. It was like $100. I don't know.
$100?
$100?
My goodness.
No,
You're a heavy eater, man.
Yeah, I know. It's like,
so what's a good tip? What's a good tip? What are you thinking about tipping?
Well,
let me just say, I don't feel comfortable 10%. I'm a 20% guy.
Well, I know. At least when it's like, it's like that's probably like 1/10,000th of my Krueg show salary. So it's like, what am I doing? I got to get.
Rye raise.
Okay.
Hey, what if how about this? Let's see if we can get a donation from somebody to pay for your dinner tonight. Give us the receipt.
No.
Yes, well, there might be somebody out there that likes you. I don't know. I can't imagine it, but maybe it's possible. That would be
my girlfriend.
Hey, the whole Niner linebacker crew threw the first pitch out tonight. I thought I saw. There they are. Here, look.
KO Spikes.
There it is.
All right, I'll be back.
Greenlaw, Warner, and El Shazir. See them?
Oh my God, those guys are badasses. The Niner linebackers are awesome. I mean, that's the best linebacker crew in the league right there, folks.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's it right there.
I know Ryan's gone, so I will. He'd be worried about me jinxing this, so I'm not gonna jinx it. I'll say if. So I won't say when. But if the Warriors win the title and they win it in Boston and Curry gets the Bill Russell Award, MVP award, I got his speech written down for him. Here it is. Well, I'd like to thank it's an honor to win this award named after the great Bill Russell.
From USF.
From San Francisco.
Just don't say anything about Boston at all. It's a great respect that I win this Bill Russell Award. Bill was so great at USF.
Yeah,
just don't say anything about the Celtics.
At the University of San Francisco. Thank you. It was great being here, and we'll see you next year, Celtics.
Yeah, go Red Sox. And you know what would be awesome if he signed off with, hey, and by the way, as you're driving home unhappy, Trey Lance is way better than Mac Jones. All right. Have a great night, everybody. See you next year. That would be awesome.
Hey,
that would be awesome.
It's thinking of eating a burger or something. I'm kind of hungry. That cereal didn't do great, but where's Burger? I haven't heard from Burger.
Yeah, Burger. We seriously, where's Burger? Where is Burger? Burger is only around when the Celtics win. When the Celtics lose, he's nowhere to be found.
I think, Larry, that people are looking at this Celtics team, and everybody seemed to be picking them tonight nationally. All the betting lines were, leaning toward Boston. People are forgetting what experience and championship DNA really looks like, and not factoring that in as much as, I mean, you look at the Warriors and they willed themselves. I mean, Curry willed himself tonight, and you heard, as Steve was talking, the coach that
Curry's an all-time great. Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum are terrific players. Are they all-time greats? Maybe not. I would say, they're not. I mean, they're not until they are, right? And they're not there yet. Curry's an all-time great. And having the best player in the series, especially in the NBA Finals, means something. Okay, I go back in time and go look at the history of the NBA Finals in our lifetime. I would say more times than not, more times than not, the team with the best individual player in the series wins the series. Right? All those years with Jordan, he was the best. Tim Duncan was the best player on all those Spurs runs. Magic was, and maybe Kareem were the best players. Even Worthy might have been one of the best players in some of those Lakers runs.
Are you saying the team with the best players or player?
I'm saying the team between the two teams that are in the finals, the team that has the individual best player has won an inordinate number of the finals games in my lifetime.
Yeah, I would say the only one that
what's the exception?
that would be LeBron in 2015 when the Warriors won the first one. I would say LeBron was the individual best player at that time.
Okay.
But in 17 and 18, I thought KD was the better player I thought at that point in his career, KD was a better player before the Achilles than LeBron. So I think that theory, and that's debatable, but I still, at that point, before the injury, KD to me had a more complete game than LeBron.
Kyle McKiernan sounding just so smart in the chat says Larry's dialed and correct. Man, you want to get in the chat, just say Larry's right, and then I'll flash that back up there. You say Larry's horse shit and doesn't know jack. Chances are, I won't bring it up. But if you say Larry's dialed and he is so right on, man, nobody could be more right than Larry. There you go, Kyle McKiernan, everybody in the chat. Okay, let's
talk some Giants baseball, huh?
Yeah, let's talk a little Giants baseball. I got the box score up. I had one eye on the game. It was Walker Buehler, Jacob Junis. Junis went 5. He gave up 2 runs. And basically, LA jumped him early, right? LA threatened in the first, didn't score. Then they scored in the second on a Taylor double to left center with Turner aboard. So it was 1-0 Dodgers. Giants came right back. Bottom 2, Longoria with an RBI double scored Jock Peterson, and you had a tie game. And then Crawford with the single to center eventually later that inning would score Longoria, and the Giants had a 2-1 lead. And, as we've seen, not enough this year, the Giants added on, and they got a solo bomb from Ruff. Who's had a rough year. I mean, let's be honest. He's had a rough beginning to his year. Offensively, defensively. I know he's had family tragedy. So Darren Ruff's a really good guy. We're rooting for him. He goes deep to left, hit it 389. 3-1 Giants. So that's where it's sat going into the 4th. Then Gavin Lux hit one out to center that went 4-12 in the 5th to make it a 3-2 game. But the Giants would then get it going in the 5th. And this was a key inning. Peterson had an RBI single to right that scored Casale and Slater. So that made it 5-2 Giants. And then Ruff singled to right, scoring Flores later that inning to make it 6-2 Giants. And then Ruff tacked on a second home run, hit it dead center about 4-10, 7-2 Giants. And then Doval, the Giants started Junis, and then they got shutout relief tonight. Brebbia, McGee, Leone, and Doval combined to throw 4 innings. They gave up 1 hit. There were only 2 base runners, 1 walk to McGee, 1 hit by Brebbia. Everybody else just mowed him down. So way to go, Giants pen. Brebbia, McGee, Leone, and Doval all with shutout innings, and the Giants get the win. But the thing that jumped out to me, Danny, and we can talk a little bit about this, is, one, it was good to see Darren Ruff get off. I said, he's had a rough year.
No pun intended, right?
No pun intended, yeah. And now Clint Frazier's available, and Marty Lurie was asking me, hey, what do you think of Clint Frazier? Should the Giants go after Clint? And I think they should. I think they should.
I really think that could be good. But the guy I want is Miguel Andujar.
It's a minor league deal.
Yeah, they could get Frazier and give him a shot. No harm, no foul, right?
Yeah.
But
what I was going to say is that they left Peterson in to hit against the lefty. And I thought that I'd like to see more of that. Now,
Absolutely.
I realize Peterson splits career. He kills righties. He doesn't kill lefties. You could argue he's a platoon player. But on this Giants team, as much as they struggle offensively, I'll take my chances with Jock Peterson
Yeah,
on some select
I mean,
left-handed pitchers. I mean,
yeah.
I'm still looking at those numbers every at bat, but if he's got even marginal numbers off any of these lefties, I'm rolling with Jock Peterson. This team is not stacked where they should be pinch hitting for Jock Peterson.
Yeah,
So,
let him learn to hit left-handers. I mean,
exactly.
The guy was drafted out of high school, Palo Alto. And you think in high school and the lefty was, Jock, we got to pinch hit you here. You can't face the lefty. No, the guy
and granted, though, if you talk to most high school pitchers who are left-handers, they'll tell you they don't even feel as comfortable throwing to left-handed hitters, just because they have that whole thing is more of a product of professional baseball, or at least collegiate baseball. But in high school, you're used to you have so little experience that if 3/4 of the people on the planet are right-handed, and so oftentimes high school lefties don't feel comfortable pitching to left-handed hitting high school hitters because the optics of it, and they're always afraid they're going to hit them. That's a big part of it because they don't have
the guy the Giants should go hard after right now, especially here again. Longoria goes out of the game with hamstring tightness after Gabe just says a day or two ago that guys aren't in shape. Some of these guys aren't in shape. So Junis may have a hamstring issue, it looks like. And
that's a bad break for the Giants because he's been dealing.
Yeah. And Longoria goes down with a hamstring after chasing a foul ball or something. And Lamont Wade has hamstring tightness after running the bases full speed last week, getting ready for a rehab assignment yesterday. He's not able to go. They're going to reevaluate him Monday. Here's my thing. I mean, I played sports, and the thing I did, because I had a pulled hamstring at one time, I've had a growing pull. Once you experience that, you never want it again. You stretch, and you get limber so that you don't. I see guys running from off the bench to pinch run, and it's like they don't even stretch anymore. It's like they just run out there. I mean, guys should not be pulling hamstrings at what they're playing. I mean, I get it. Track and field guys pull it because they're so tight. And
did I ever tell you how I pulled both hamstrings in home run derby at Oracle Park?
No way.
Yes. Listen to this. I'm hitting off Lasky. All right. No, seriously, this is ridiculous. I'm hitting off Lasky. I'm trying like crazy to pump one out. I'm in some media home run derby, right? And I hit a couple.
Did they bring in the fence? Did they put the little league fences in, or
no? They didn't put the little league fence in.
They going for the full yard, the 320
I was going for the
shot, the 330 down the line?
It was the regular fence, regular fences.
Wow.
Did I say I hit one out? I didn't hit one out.
No, I know, but even trying, I mean.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. I've done this twice. One, I did it, and it was like Jerry Porter. Ryan, we're talking about how I pulled both hamstrings in a home run derby at Oracle. I did this twice. I did this once. It was me, Jeff Friesen of the Sharks, and Jerry Porter, the former Raider receiver. Yeah. Jerry Porter is a freaking incredible athlete. He starts pumping out big bombs. Like they're going like into the bleachers.
Wow.
Jerry Porter, he's just ripping shots. And even I think Friesen might have hit one out. Anyway, I didn't hit one out that day. I didn't hit one out that day. I hit like a couple of good like deep flies to left. And that day they did have the little outfield fence, halfway through the outfield, and I hit one over that one time, but nothing close to the wall.
No monster slams.
No monster slams. But now I'm in there, whatever years, 2012, and it's Lasky on the mound. And Lasky, big, tall right-hander, former big leaguer, but he's just laying it in there. He's just, he's not trying to be competitive at all. He's just trying to help us hit it out. and I take a full swing, and I can just feel both hammies just go right up. I'm like, oh my God, I got the double hamstring pull on the first swing.
Lasky looks in for his sign. Krueger stands at the plate. The 1-1 pitch to Krueger. Lasky winds and throws. Krueger swings and misses, and he looks like he's hurt.
Oh, he's hurt.
My goodness. I don't think I've ever seen that, Dave.
I had to step out of the box.
Blow out 2 hammies?
I had to step out of the box and like stretch for a second because I was like, oh my God, if I sit here and tear a hamstring or do something terrible and like go to the ground,
off.
Yeah, wheeled off. I mean, I'm going to be taking phone calls. I mean, seriously. Well, Rod one time threw out the first pitch and it was not a good one. And like, we roasted him about it for like years. We had Dave on the play-by-play. We kept playing it anyway. So you don't want to do this. So I'm like, I don't care. I don't care if I hit one out or not. I'm just not going to go. I'm not going to have a severe pull here. I'm just going to take nice measured swings. And I got some good hits, but nothing. I think probably like 3 or 4 bounces to the wall was like the best shot I hit. It's not easy, man. It is not easy. I mean, when you see these guys and they start hitting shot after shot after shot halfway up the bleachers, and they're doing it routinely, you're like, it doesn't impress you because they're big leaguers.
Larry, and see if you can get me to throw out the first pitch one time. I'll warm up, and I want to throw a strike in there from the mound.
You know what? I don't know if I get you to throw out the first pitch, but you would be a killer ball dude.
I know, one of those ball dude guys out there tripping over your.
Oh, seriously. I mean, you would be a tremendous ball dude.
A great concession stand.
A ball dude, yeah. You see the guy the other night, the ball dude. The ball goes into left field.
And went on the field. He didn't want to run out there.
He didn't want to go on out there, and it's like he makes Gonzalez come.
Yeah, Gonzalez is almost playing
field.
Center. Gonzalez had to run like 75 yards.
Exactly.
You know what, guys? Honestly, it would be very fun if our show had some sort of. I've been pushing for it for a bit. I feel like we should have some sort of like bet component. Like I would love to have all of us just go to the batting cages. I don't know what that means, but like I would love to.
Are you kidding me? I go to the batting cage like 4 times a week.
No, I know. That's why I think you would.
I'm not even joking.
You watch though, right? You watch.
No, I get in there, man.
You get in there?
I get in there. I'm 52, but I get in there. I got a high school kid. I got a college kid. I got a 13-year-old, and they all play. And I sit there. I sit there and I'm constantly, keep your eye on it. Like every dad, I'm giving all my instructions. So then they'll be like, hey, big mouth, why don't you get in here and do it yourself? And then I got to go do it myself. And I'll tell you, my son's playing tomorrow at DVC. I'm going to go watch him. I got both my younger boys playing tomorrow. The greatest joy of life, by the way, Dry, is watching your kids play youth baseball. I mean, it's freaking awesome. So I got a kid playing summer league for high school. He's going to be a varsity player next year. And I got a 13-year-old who's playing still like whatever that is, juniors maybe. But I'll get in there. Now I'll get in there against 70, right? 70. And I can't tell you how fast freaking 70 is. 70 is like,
try 90, Larry. I tried 90.
I know. 70 is like, if you can hit 70, you're pretty decent. You're either been hitting or you're a decent athlete.
You're pretty weird. Honestly.
I'm amazed that you're just unique.
After stepping into a batting cage,
I can hit 70, but if it goes anything over 75, I'm like,
when I tried it at 90,
it looks like Camilo Doval to me.
Yeah, when I tried one at 90 one time.
Yeah, forget 90.
I just tried to bunt it for a few times to see the ball.
You bunted? Oh, that's like a sure invite to break your teeth there.
But when I really tried to swing and I was getting ready to swing, it was by me like.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I didn't even get the bat off my shoulder.
You better flatten that bat. You better get it going early. That's the thing I'll say to my kid sometimes when he's late. I'll be like, hey, you're a little late. Get it going early. And then he'll be like, Dad, why don't you get your ass in here and you get it going early? That's like, all right.
All right.
And that's like, and when they were little, I get in there and I was younger and I'd start hitting shots and they'd be like, hey, my dad's pretty damn good. Now that they're older and I'm older and I get in there off 70, I mean, I might swing and miss like 4 or 5 times. And they're like, yeah, so much for keep an eye on it. So much for your, get it going early, Dad. They start talking trash.
Hey, I think we should put Larry in the kickball league.
Hey, speaking of kickball, I used to kick, right? I was a place kicker at my high school and then went on.
You were the kicker?
Yeah, and I hit a 42-yarder my sophomore year. It was and we were playing at College Park. All right,
Dan Grammatica.
I could hit him from 55. Okay.
What?
And,
you can make a 55-yard field goal.
Not now, but I could.
No, but once upon a time.
Oh yeah.
What kind of field goal do you think you could make right now today? If I said we're taking a camera crew down to Arizona, we're going to be on a field tomorrow. Dan Coccimiglio's kicking field goals. Your over under on the longest field goal you could make tomorrow is
32, maybe. I'm 60.
I'll take.
I think that's crap. I think you couldn't hit from 20. That would be my guess.
You're kidding? No way.
We need it.
When I was 40, I took my son out to the high school back in Connecticut when we were living in Connecticut, and I was drilling him from 40 yards.
Welcome to middle-age bragging. I'm Larry. He's Dan. That's Ryan. Ryan's not in middle age.
I don't. I'm afraid I would probably need lumbar surgery if I went out and tried a field goal today. I tell you, when I played, we had the tee. We could use the 2-inch like they do in high school, and in college, we didn't have to kick off the ground. Like,
sorry,
the little black square tee.
Yeah, the black one.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
round.
I don't know if they use it in. They still use it in high school, I believe. I don't think they allow it in college.
No, I think that's illegal for high school.
Is it the block?
The big black.
Is it?
That's extraordinary. That's extraordinary high school tee knowledge by Ryan right there.
I don't know anymore, but
that's like the scene from Wayne's World. Guys, like that guy had an extreme amount of knowledge right there. Kyle McKiernan says, ha, 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 man, I've sat down with you twice with Gary Radnich. I also was in studio with my now wife. Oh, Kyle, well, thanks for checking us out on YouTube. He says, tear to my eye when Gary and Larry ended. I watched you on YouTube, your YouTube videos of you guys, and it is so funny. What funny? We're trying to be serious.
Hey,
it's funny.
Your girlfriend?
You think I'm a clown? Is now a clown?
Funny like what? Funny like what?
Funny how? Exactly. What do you mean by that?
You mean like we're gonna get demonetized on YouTube by playing this clip? How?
Yeah, exactly. There'll be no clips. Rebel 444 says Miguel Andujar first, please. I agree with Danny. Danny, why don't you talk about that for a second?
Yeah.
Yankees DFA'd. Or no, did they DFA?
No, they sent him down. They sent him down, and he
DFA.
Requested to be traded because
he's not playing.
He's not playing, and the Yankees are going with Josh Donaldson at third.
Oh, I love Andujar, man. I would love Andujar.
Andujar in 2018, I think he hit 27 bombs, hit like 90, had 95 RBI. I'll have to look it up.
He's young too, isn't he? Like 25? 27, okay.
But he can play left field now because he wants to get in, and he's a third baseman. I mean, I'm at the point with Longoria. Ryan, you were talking about it the other day. Like, we get these guys, and we talk about if they're healthy, and here goes Longoria down again tonight. He's constantly hurt. Belt's hurt. Let's get a couple young guys that can hit the ball with authority and give him a shot. Make that deal. I mean, go get Andujar, call Cashman up and say, hey, he wants out. I got a guy that wants out too. Not really, but we'll give you
Papirski. Yeah.
Yeah, Papirski wants out of here.
Yeah, Papirski.
Papirski, I got a guy really bad who wants out of here because we just sent him down too. So we'll give you Papirski.
You know what I wish would happen, Danny? I wish Billy Bean from Moneyball would call offering Carlos Pena. It was amazing in that movie how quick Billy wanted to get rid of Carlos Pena. It's like everybody talks Billy's a genius. Billy's a genius. Yeah. Oh, what did he do? He got rid of Carlos Pena for Scott Hatterberg. You know what I mean? It's like, wait a second.
Yeah, they signed Shelby Miller too to a minor league contract.
Yeah, Scott Hatterberg did go on to star in multiple Marvel movies. So, like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Matthew Mears says, Larry has me thinking of the Family Guy episode when Peter tries to play baseball and pulls every muscle. Thank you, Matthew.
Yeah, Giants signed Shelby Miller, who was
did?
Yeah.
I love him from Texas. He's a
minor league
Shelby
deal.
Miller's a talent, man. He's a big righty, throws mid-90s.
Remember when the Diamondbacks traded for him for the Braves?
From the Cardinals? I liked him with the Cardinals. He's from Texas.
He was with the Braves, and he was a pretty good pitcher coming up. He had one or two really good years, and then the Diamondbacks drafted Dansby Swanson as the first pick overall, and they traded.
Wait a second, Danny. Hold that thought. Tom Pierce, who's a regular. I had a date tonight. Did the Warriors win?
Oh, come on.
God.
That's not
Tom.
Tom,
that's a lie. That's a lie.
That's a lie.
Tom, if I could mute you from the chat, I would mute you from the chat.
Poopy Tom.
Tom, why don't you
come on. Seriously.
If you had a date and really didn't know, I want you to.
Then you're this is varsity, man. That's a JV move. That's a JV.
Yeah, ESPN app or anywhere you just Google, and you're gonna call it, text into the line and ask us to get some. You know what? Put that back up there.
What, for Tom?
Dan, do you believe everything you read on the internet? You believe everything?
Tom wants attention.
Owned by Disney?
We just gave Tom some attention for the night because his date stiffed him.
Tom, we don't believe you. We don't believe you. There's no way you possibly had a date tonight. And Rye's looking a little twisted right now. Are you feeling good over there, Rye? What exactly did you have? What?
Yeah,
I had alcohol. I mean, you think?
Okay, all right. You're that one night
at 3:37 in the post game on the Krueg show. Like, come on.
3:37? No, it's 2:27.
No, I know, but 3 hours and 37 minutes.
3 hours and 37 minutes. This is the longest Krueg show on record right now.
Yeah,
I don't know if we've ever gone this long.
You know what we need to lighten up this room?
What's that? Cheetahs?
No, we need a little.
What are you looking for, Danny?
We need some
faith and no. Buster?
But you gotta have faith.
We need some Jay Hutch action.
Jay Hutch?
Murphy.
I got my fan going in the background. I don't know if I'll be able to even hear Jay Hutch.
Hey guys. Did you see the brilliant move tonight from Farhan?
Well, yeah.
I like Junis, but I think he's got an injury. Junis
might have an injury.
Yeah, but
for people who are going, what the hell are you guys talking about? The pride of Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Has
Jay
he been
Hutch.
in the chat tonight?
No, Jay Hutch probably is. Jay Hutch, where you at? Where you at, Jay Hutch?
Like
Jay Hutch listens in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
We have his number. We should call him. We should call him.
His wife goes to bed early, but he's a diehard Bay Area sports fan, and so he's been on the show a number of times, and he's given us video calls, audio calls, but it's really cute because he's like sitting in his house, and it's whatever it might be 12:25, but he's in Central Time Zone. Is Murfreesboro Central?
Yeah.
Check that. Maybe it might be Eastern.
Are you telling me that I should CJ him, McCollum?
No, do not call him. But Jay Hutch will start whispering. He'll start whispering. So did you see that Bellinger at bat in the fourth? What'd you think? I couldn't believe he threw him a slider. What did you guys think? He starts whispering to us. Todd, Jersey Architecture. Wait a second.
All right.
We go back to Todd before we go to the donation. Todd Jersey Architecture says, I love you fellow sports losers for staying up late, but man, I'm out. Now he's saying, hey, how dare you call the people who remain in our chat losers?
Yeah, losers. And it is 2:36 right now.
Hey, what? You have a girl? What, you have a girl hanging out? Yeah.
Sports losers.
How dare you call us losers? Let's see. Wait a second. What was the donation here down here? It must be down here.
Jaguayo, 56.
Yeah.
Hey, happy belated birthday, Jaguayo. Birthday was June 2nd. Turns
nice.
66.
Well, my 13-year-old, he just turned June 6th. D-Day. He was a D-Day baby. We got him he got a little device. He got a
at least my date ended at 12.
Got an iPad. Krug, wait a second. Where is it? Did we lose it? Where was it? Did Rye put it up? Oh, there we go. Krueg, it's amazing that with all the inconsistent play of the Giants, we are right there with the Dodgers. Is it me, or do athletes get more injured? WTF? What's WTF? No, I'm just joking. I'll say this about the Giants. They got off to a hot start. And so they gave themselves a little bit of wiggle room with that hot start. And then they've had a bunch of injuries, and they're not quite as deep as they were a year ago. And then Farhan's had to juggle and make a bunch of moves. And we've been witnessing that over the last few weeks. And they're just trying to find the right consistent group and get their guys healthy so they can kind of do some inventory and maybe make a run in July. Maybe they could add something in July. I got a lot of faith in Farhan. I was not impressed with the offseason maneuvers this year. I wanted to see, I didn't dislike any of the moves. I just wanted to see more of them. I was hoping for like a Castellanos or maybe like a Kyle Schwarber, something like that. But you know what? If they hang around and they're within arm's reach of contention, either for the division or the wild card in July, and they make some moves then, I think I see the Giants as a playoff team this year. Do you guys see them as a playoff team?
Well, I'm looking. They're going to be right there in it. They're going to have to get healthy and make some additional moves because the defending world champions are tied with them right now for the final wild card spot. They've won 9 in a row, Atlanta. Philadelphia, since Joe Girardi was canned, has won 8 straight. Does that tell you something? Maybe those guys, that clubhouse was too tight.
Maybe they thought Girardi was just,
they've won 8 straight. They're playing with a lot of joy.
That's interesting because Girardi's like a baseball man. He went to Northwestern. He's pretty damn smart.
But
Guys won in New York.
He's kind of a, I don't know. He always looks like he's irritated, always upset, always never got a smile on his face. Every time he goes,
he's a little bit of a red ass. There's no question.
Girardi,
Girardi. Yep.
Yeah. Every time I've seen him, he's always ticked off. Listening.
Well, how about the A's? By the way, have lost 10 in a row. Did you see that? They lost again tonight.
Oh, let's call them up. Let's pick some guys off.
I'm telling you, the Giants and the A's look like they're on a collision course for a major trade. Why do I say that? Because the A's have some players. First of all, the A's aren't going anywhere. Second of all, Cavill wants them to be crap so they can leave to Vegas in the middle of the night and nobody will care. And Billy's lost his fire. He's got a piece of the action now, so he doesn't care. So they got nobody there who actually cares about winning anymore. Outside of Towney, my boy Towney, he cares about winning. But outside of that, it's just they're going through the motions. So why not?
Hey, Blair, why not? You know both those guys, right?
Sean Murphy. I'd take Sean Murphy. I'd take Ramon Laureano. I'd take Frankie Montas.
Why don't you mediate this thing? You know those guys. Just put them together.
Well, I'll say this. I've talked to Farhan. I said, hey, would you like to make a trade with Billy? He said, yeah, I would. So hopefully Billy makes. I think the A's are bent, and that they'd rather get half half what they'd rather get a package coming back that's half of what the Giants offered to send them somewhere else.
Well,
there's so much bad blood between the Giants and the A's. The A's are so bitter at the Giants for not giving them the rights to the South Bay back. And
like Girardi or Rebel 4444.
What's he saying?
Girardi perpetually constipated.
Paints a picture.
Needs some Pepto, but but also Lair, I'll tell you what.
And the Giants have young prospects. The Giants have, they don't have stars necessarily that they want to trade, but they've got a nice group of young prospects, and they could trade a few of those guys to the A's for Montas, for Laureano, for Murphy.
Could we see a deal? Could we see a deal coming in this?
All I'm saying is the A's have exactly what the Giants need, and the Giants have exactly what the A's need. Now, are they willing to deal with one another? I think Farhan would be willing to deal with Billy. I've talked to Farhan about it. I really believe that he doesn't fear trading with Billy. I just don't know that Billy, well, not even Billy. I don't know that Cavill and the A's people, and I think they're so petty that they'd rather get less and trade their guys elsewhere. I mean, they're going to trade their guys, but they're going to trade them somewhere besides San Francisco. That's my guess.
Yeah, I mean, with Junis going down and Cobb is out on the IL, now Junis is probably going to miss a couple starts. If it's a hamstring strain and he needs an MRI and he had to come out, that's probably at least 2 weeks. So now you're down. Sam Long is getting the start tomorrow. So you've got Junis out.
Sam Long. That's a perfect example. Sam Long would be should be a very attractive piece for the Oakland A's.
Yeah.
He should.
Yeah.
Young pitcher, a lot of future, good stuff. Lots of options. He makes no money. Sam Long and some other pitcher or two for Frankie Montas, and you get a big time horse who you could put in your rotation. I mean, heck, you get Frankie Montas, he could start game 1 of the playoffs for you, or at least game 2 behind Webb. If you get Webb Montas at the beginning of a playoff series. I'll take my chance with that.
Yeah, you could get, if they can go after, they're going to need to do something, because unless they plan on putting Jelly in the rotation, I know that Matthew
Jelly's
Boyd,
another guy you could easily move.
Yeah, Boyd's is probably a couple weeks away. DeScalfani.
I forgot about Boyd. The Giants signed Matthew Boyd, the former Tiger. They got him. I thought that was a really smart move by Farhan. I'd forgotten about Boyd.
Yeah, and they've got DeScalfani, who's made I believe he's making a start, or did make a start, but they have. I'm trying to look and see who what the injury report says, but they need some more starting pitching. You got Boyd coming. DeScalfani will be back. Looks like this month. So if Junis is out for a while and Cobb's out for a little while, I mean, you got to have those starters. Like Farhan last year, the one thing that he wanted to do was get more starting pitching at the trade deadline, and he wasn't really able to do that. So I think Boyd was a really good signing.
It cost him down the stretch, I thought. I mean, they won 107, so it's hard to say it really cost them. But the Giants definitely at the end of the year look at how many times the Giants went with a bullpen game in September. Now, it didn't burn them. In fact, aren't they going bullpen game tomorrow night?
Sam Long, I don't know if he's going to pitch 1 inning.
Yeah, that's going to be a bullpen game. So in some ways, I kind of think the Giants and the Dodgers really like going with bullpen games, because it creates it creates some uncertainty about exactly the matchups you're going to get, and as the game progresses. I think if you looked at it, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I would swear that both the Giants and the Dodgers had well above 500 records last year in the games that they went with the bullpen game.
Yeah.
I think both of those teams were tough to beat in that situation. Didn't the Dodgers? What did the Dodgers do in Didn't the Dodgers beat the Giants in the playoffs in a bullpen game? With a bullpen game? I thought they did.
Somebody had a bullpen game. Was it the Dodgers? I think it was.
I thought LA beat the Giants last year in the playoffs in one game where it was a bullpen game.
Yeah, I think it was. You know, I'm going to look at Sacramento because I've noticed David VR last week was not in the lineup in any of the box scores. So I don't know if he's out, but with Longoria going down, I don't know how long it is. He strained his hamstring scoring from second base on Crawford's base hit to center tonight. So, you know, I think guys like that, you know, you got to get them right. Don't make them available just for a pinch hit appearance here or there. Go out and make a deal, get Miguel Andujar, put him in at third base. Or if you're not going to do that, if VR is available, bring him up. You know, you can send Papierski along on a DFA to put VR on the 40-man roster. They actually DFA'd Padlo the other day over instead of Papierski, which kind of surprised me because with Bart going down, how many catchers do you need at the AAA level? I mean, Papierski, if you DFA him, what organization is going to DFA one of their guys on their own 40 to put Papierski on their 40? I mean, I can't think of anybody that would do that.
You know, the catching depth across baseball is so limited that, you know, it's almost like it's its own special category. I hear what you're saying, but everybody seemingly needs a catcher. There's like 3 teams that don't need a catcher. So who knows? Who knows who would pick up who as far?
He was even on Houston's 40 when they got him for Dubon. So the Giants put him on the 40 basically because they needed him.
Right.
But now that they don't need him, they've got Wins and they've got Casale. And then, of course, you got Bart if he ever comes back up and gets well down in the minors. But Papierski is not a long-term solution to anything, I don't think.
No. And they don't either. I mean,
yeah,
and that was his. I mean, and what's Dubon, by the way, hitting with the Astros? $160, something like that.
Yeah, he's not doing
anything. So then, you know, they were moving Dubon. Once he was a circus on the base pass multiple times, his fate was sealed, I think. I mean, that just, I have no sources. I'm just telling you that's my read on it.
Boy, they are getting killed.
Tom Pierce says the show should have a membership option. It does. You can be a member, Tom. That's right. All you got to do is click the join icon, I believe.
It's only $250 a month.
No, it's less. It's less than that even. No, I think it's like $5. I think it's $5 a month to be a member. You can be a member. Tom, we'd love to have you be a member. Join. Please do. You know, it's funny. The Giants fans, obviously, because I'm a Giants fan, there's more Giants fans here, and there's just more Giants fans, period. But this is one. Jamie says, screw the A's. Kevin F says, what's wrong with the A's? What's wrong with the A's is that their billionaire owner is basically trying to find a way to get out of town and wants somebody to build him a stadium and doesn't want to do what the Giants ownership did, of which he used to be a part, by the way. John Fisher used to be a part of the Giants ownership group. But the Giants ownership group took over in 1992, between 92 and 93. They easily could have sat on their hands. They easily could have not invested a nickel in Candlestick. Why? Because Candlestick sucked and it was a dump. But guess what they did? They went and signed Barry Bonds. And then they spent millions and millions of dollars to renovate Candlestick. Why? Because they knew it was their home for the next decade. And during that decade, behind Bonds, with Brian Sabian leading the way as the general manager, Dusty as the manager, they were consistently competitive. They built momentum. And they found, Larry Baer, Peter McGowan found a way to get through all the San Francisco rigmarole. And they got the stadium built. Now here we are, fast forward 2 decades, it's now 2022. And the Giants have a world-class stadium. It's paid off. Their ownership group is in a much better financial position than they were the day they bought the team. And now they're starting to develop the eastern waterfront south of the ballpark, and will continue to probably for the rest of our lives. For the next 3-4 decades, they're gonna be developing that eastern waterfront through all these different projects, Mission Rock, so on and so forth, and they're well positioned. The A's, on the other hand, carved out a nice little $10 million a year profit, maybe 20, maybe 15, nobody knows, by sapping off the general fund of MLB. When MLB finally said, hey, get off the dole, then and only then did the A's really get serious about finding themselves a stadium, because then they were no longer making a profit. I don't know what that is, but then basically now Major League Baseball is allowing them to be back on the dole, so they're getting a nice little tidy payment off the general fund, and they're sapping off of it. They know that's eventually going to end, and they're waiting for Vegas to write them a big check, and they're trying to cry poor mouth, we can't compete. In reality, they just sold off a lot of their top tier players. They gave away Manaea. They gave away others this offseason. Bye-bye Matt Chapman, bye-bye Matt Olson. They're crying poor mouth. Their fans are basically striking against them right now because they're tired of this act. And that's where it's at. I mean, what's wrong with the A's? I just gave you the 2-minute thumbnell. That's what's wrong.
Yeah, there you are. Yeah, very. So
and now we're at the present day, and they've lost 10 in a row, and they're going to give away more guys at the trade deadline, and that's going to be that. And hopefully the Giants can be there to capitalize, because the A's are like two organizations, being enforced in their baseball side, highly respected. And the A's marketing side is not respected at all. What did you play there, Rye?
Is that your girlfriend honking at the gate, or what?
Yeah, well, that's exactly what it is. So yeah, it's just no. I was trying to pull it.
Look! Tom Pierce has become a YouTube member. Look at that.
All right, Tom. Hey, now we'll listen to you. Tell us about your date. It ended at midnight. I heard.
Look at that, Tom Pierce. He said part of the Krueg crew now. Tommy, welcome aboard.
Was this a first date, Tom? Tom, was this a first date? How did the date? How did it go? How was your date?
Yeah, exactly. Tell us how the date went, Tom.
Do you have a second date already, or is this?
Seriously, I mean, and the only thing with Tom, you're a member of the show now. Now you're like family. Now we can rip you like family.
That's right.
If you go on another date, during the NBA Finals, you're going to lose your man card
and your membership.
Your
fees will be tripled.
You'll still have the membership,
the dues will be much higher. But the dues will be higher. Yeah,
that's right.
So
Kyle says the A's are a 4A organization.
Yeah, right. Hey, speaking of 4A, AAA, VR is back playing, and they got him playing second base.
On this guy. How many Major League ABs does David VR have?
He has none.
None. Or
not that I know of, but I don't know. But I don't think he's had any. But the fact is,
virtual reality.
The Giants are watching him. They're high on him. They've been moving him over to second base. But check this out. Bart didn't play tonight, but Papierski went over 4 and is batting now 194 at AAA. 194.
Well, that guy's electric.
Yeah, so
he's lighting it up at AAA. Well, that's the catching situation. If you guys notice, every offseason, when the free agent market first opens, what happens? There's always all the catchers get signed. Why? Because there's a lack of catching. And why did the Giants go Joey Bart, Patrick Bailey, back-to-back number 1 picks, 2 different regimes, go catcher? Because of that reality. Because the catching depth at the major league level is ridiculously thin. And so they felt the Giants felt the need to fortify that. And now they've got an organization with several good catching prospects in the pipeline. But nobody nobody's really ready. And so what are you going to do? You gotta make moves. I mean, I saw the kid Wins the other day. What'd you think of Wins?
He looked good. He had
a couple
he had
hits,
a nice hit to
couple
right.
guys
He had a kind of a Texas ligger chopper that he beat out, but that was showed a little bit of speed for a catcher. But here's a question for you guys. The Giants sent down Joey Bart, was it Tuesday or Monday? After Monday's game, I think it was, because Wins was there Tuesday, right? And then he started on Wednesday, or was it Thursday?
Danny, it's almost 1:00 in the freaking morning. Whether it was Tuesday or Wednesday, the hell is it?
I don't know what it was, but Bart went down.
We're going timeline.
Bart, Wednesday, I've looked at the box score. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 3 games. Bart's not even catching. He's not in the lineup.
That's probably by design. They're trying to shut him down and get him off on the side.
Yeah, do you think that's what they're doing? Putting him on the side?
He's not. He was swinging through every single pitch there was.
Yeah, so he's over.
He's not hitting
cages. He's over in the cages with. I think he should go out with you to the batting cages and your kids.
No, but they're trying to cleanse him of his disaster mode right now.
Yeah,
he went from a guy who was dialed in spring training, who hit a ball out to left on opening day like a 2-iron, to the point where he's swinging through fastballs down the pipe.
Or looking at him.
Or taking pitches right down the middle and swinging off the edge, off the corners. So he's lost. He's in a bad place. I'm Mark Graves. Did Rye get a hold of Size stash?
I think so.
Yeah, Rye's looking a little, he's looking a little, maybe a little foggy.
Little 4 hours in.
Yeah. Hey, I got one question before we get out of here, and let's get out of here at 1.
Get out of here! I got all night. What are you talking about? Get out of here! I'll stay on the show, and we'll just go till 4 in the morning.
You want to go till 4 in the morning? You go to 4 in the morning. I want to watch the game again. Was tonight's game? Where does tonight's game, Warriors now, rank with the greatest Warrior games of all time? If I say to you the greatest Warrior game of all time, you don't, without doing a deep dive and researching it, greatest Warrior game of all time, you say what? What are you going with?
I'll let Ryan go first.
Ryan's like, what day is it?
I'd say Game 6, 2015 Finals, Game 7.
What do you think of this one? Alex Breitler says tonight is neck and neck with Game 6, Clay at OKC.
That's what I was going to say.
That was my OKC. Yeah, that was.
That's not the finals, man. This is the finals in the Garden.
Best
are we
finals
talking just finals, or are we talking?
No. We're talking about greatest game. What is the greatest game? Okay, if you say greatest game in Warrior history, the greatest games that I've ever been to in Warrior history, or not just been to, that I witnessed. I was at the game where Kobe and Antoine both went for 51 or 50. I think Kobe might have had 50. Antoine had 51. I was at that game. I was at the game when Clay dropped 37 in the third quarter against the Sacramento Kings. Still have those ticket stubs right here in my office.
It's hard to say because
but tonight's the finals, and this is the Boston Garden, and you had to have it.
It's
and Steph was epic.
I'm just saying it's number one if they win the finals. I think so.
Number one if they win it all.
Yeah.
Danny, what are you doing? Are you calling your financial advisor?
Yeah, I'm looking up. I was trying to look up the date, but this is.
How about this one? Tom Pierce, who, by the way, is a member, says Sleepy Floyd is Superman. That was Greg Papa on the call on that one.
I'm going to say
25 in the fourth quarter against Magic and the Lakers.
Wow. Yeah.
In the finals, though. No.
Not in the finals. No. But it was the playoffs, wasn't it?
Yeah, but, come on. I mean, I could say, Steph Curry hitting the 3 should have been and 1 versus Anthony Davis in 2015.
How about the Baron Davis-Kirilenko game?
I mean, that's up there. But, at that time, I felt like we were a poverty organization. It's okay, it'd be cool if we made the conference finals.
Alex's Sleepy Floyd fame was incredible, but come on, they were down 3-0 in the series. I'm telling you, man, what we saw tonight, guys, it's going to be on the list.
I mean, it was
the
Warriors
greatest
first.
games in the history of the franchise.
I've got 3 that come to my mind. Tonight is epic right there at the top. 2016 Game 6 OKC, and I watched that game again the other night. I mean, Clay was going off, and they were still down by 8, 10, and he'd hit a 3, and it was like they're still down by 8, 10, and he kept hitting them. And it wasn't until the fourth quarter where they finally took the lead, and then they, put him away. But it was like every shot that he made was needed. And I had the thought, if he missed just 1 or 2 at the most of those, the whole game changes. They don't win if he missed one of those shots, because they were so close to being put away. And because OKC was not like, it wasn't like Clay's hitting all these threes and they're making, a run at him. He was just kind of keeping him in the game.
Exactly.
It was just crazy.
Also, I would say Game 6, Rockets, KD goes down. Especially if I could include like Curry closing them out in Game 5, and then Curry 0 points in the first half, 33 in the second. Pretty good.
I'm going to give you another one. Rye, you weren't even thought of. Larry, you were about 5. 1975 Golden State Western Conference Finals against the Chicago Bulls. Warriors were down all game. It was a low-scoring contest, and Rick Barry got hot, and they pulled it off, and they won their first Western Conference Finals in 75 and went on to beat the then Washington Bullets. They were named 4-0. But that game was at Oracle. Back then it was just called, I think, the Coliseum. But that place was rocking. I watched it. I was almost 15. I was 14. Just about 14 years old. And it was their first trip to the finals since, I think, the 60s. They think they went to the finals. And didn't they go to the finals as the San Francisco Warriors in the 60s? Like 60s?
Yeah, that's where Wilt won it, right?
No. By the way, we're at 4 hours and 7 minutes for this live stream, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning. So, guys, why don't we do this? Everybody, give one last thought, and then we'll play the Monster Slam, and we'll run for the door.
All right, this is my thought. This is what I was preparing because, okay, I had to run it through like a few programs in order for StreamYard to allow this, but this was me. Game 4, Giants-Dodgers. Wait, it was. Yeah, Game 4, Giants-Dodgers. Last year, series tied 2-2. Here we go. All right, very funny, right?
That was you?
I thought that was a beard, but then I'm like, no, it's his mask.
Yeah.
All right, Danny, you guys got a final thought on tonight? Well, first of all, one more look at Buster and Faith. Where's Buster? Where's Faith?
Faith, you want to be on the show again?
You gotta have faith.
Buster.
Let's go. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Let's look at the
dogs. Come on,
dogs.
Buster. Where you at? Come here, Buster.
Faith is chilling out.
Faith
is chilling out. Where's
again?
Buster? Buster's like, hey man, I'm watching the replay.
Dan, watching
Buster's like City. Buster's enamored with those City Connect jerseys.
Come here.
Where's Buster? Where's Buster?
He's got to be coming to. He's tired. It's like, come on,
let's see. Where is Buster? Buster.
He's coming.
Buster.
Oh, what happened to my camera?
There we go.
There we go. Buster. He was. Hey, sit, dude. He said, "What are you doing, man? Did you know what time it is? I'm supposed to go to sleep."
James Frost says, "Thanks for cranking it so late, fellas."
Hey, buddy.
All right. Hey, guys. Fun night tonight. Really fun. Well, some of the best things we've done so far are when the Giants and Warriors play at the same time. We've had some incredible nights. Look at those dogs. Great-looking dogs. Giants beat the Dodgers. More importantly, Warriors beat the Celtics, and it's 2-2. And Golden State's got home court advantage. And Danny, monster slam our asses right out of here.
He's going to drive to the hoop again. He kicks it out to Wiggins. Wiggins drives, goes in for a monster slam. Oh, no, they're calling it an offensive foul. No way.
Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at.